Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? All right, we are back. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk, the greatest show on the greatest network on YouTube. How is everybody doing this evening?
I'm good.
All
All
right, what's good? What's good?
Excellent.
Okay. That's what's up. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody coming through. Shout out to the chat. If you have not, on your way in, please hit that like button. Show your support to the greatest network. And what I want everybody to do, as I'm about to do right now, is go ahead and hit that share button. Click that share button and share this broadcast out to one media outlet. That's what you can do to make sure everybody has the link to this dope content, because if you're watching it, they're going to want to watch it too. So that's one way to support the network. As you are coming in, please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not. If you have already subscribed, please join the Green Gang. All right. There are plenty of perks for you to join the Lapeef channel, and that's another way to show your support. And we appreciate each and every one of you for the patronage that you give. Let me introduce the panel tonight. We got Lucky, the real Precious, ugly ass MLG. I had to add that in there. I'm sorry. Fantasy Island Girl, my man Trev Smooth, Paradise Paris. Sweeney, are you with the shits tonight or what? I don't know. we got Sweeney in the building. Saida, how you doing?
Don't Sweeney be looking like he about to vote in a vote?
Like,
voter
when I say just brought the whole mood down, I don't know
what did he
who
be
pissed
doing?
in his coffee this morning, but we're gonna get him right.
Voter booth.
All right, my man Israel Mills, what's going on?
What's good?
And
What's
me,
good?
I am your host, Trigger Mike. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk on the greatest network on YouTube. All right, so let's see who we got in the chat. Oh, we got some of our faithful. This person says, I hate evil people. Thank you for coming. I don't even know what that means, but thank you for coming. My man Dale Matthew in the building. Green Gang always. Jordan Landry. Green Gang in the building, definitely. Thanks to everybody that's coming through. And we're going to get it started bright and early because I don't even like to horse around. I just spent all this time downloading this stuff. These are some good topics we got for tonight. Anybody got any birthdays, well wishes, anything they want to talk about real quick before we get started?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Lucky just said hey to me randomly. So hey, Lucky.
I said hey to Sayeda, but hi, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh wow.
He always thinks the show is about him. It's so cute.
Look at him and Precious twinning. Okay. Yeah.
All right, bet.
Hey, Lucky. Thank you.
Those are definitely the same glasses. That is funny.
But
they look better on Precious though, for sure.
They definitely look better on Precious.
I'm trying to bite.
20. What are you seeing? Maybe
these are not the same glasses. These are Tom Fords. Those.
Nah, I'm looking at them now. Precious got the flare. Glasses. The flare on the corners. Either way, anything Precious. Glasses. Yeah, just for good measure, MLG, do you own anything other than the color red? And any other color?
Black.
No.
Okay, just making sure. All right, so as we continue, let's get into the first topic. This is a good one. Chose this one as an icebreaker. So this one is, what happens when men and women never commit? There is a video to go along with this. Let's watch that right now.
When men and women never commit?
They find themselves unable to put somebody else's well-being above their own. So we're creating people who are entirely individualistic, deprived of responsibility, and unable to care and nurture for others because they're not putting somebody else's well-being above theirs. Privacy of human responsibility. And in order to truly become something, we're designed to be responsible. We're designed to be valuable. We're designed to serve others. This is how we've evolved. So becoming completely individualistic leads to a sense of lonely narcissism. They replace us with pornography and we replace them with likes and comments.
All right. We're just going to go in order. Lucky, we're going to start with you. What are your thoughts? What happens when men and women never commit?
To be honest, it depends on how you look at it. If you look at it from a religious standpoint, then you would say they would just fornicate because nobody's going to not have sex, especially when you start it. So if they don't commit to each other, then you'll just have a world full of people like you do now, just getting experiences out of people sexually, whatever they can do at that time emotionally. And then when it gets time to actually be serious and always choose that person, I think most people today aren't really people that they would choose themselves. And when you are talking about committing, that means no matter what, I'm going to commit to this person, no matter how I feel, no matter if whatever the circumstance may be, that's a commitment. Most people aren't committed to a career, let alone somebody. So no, I think it'll be a society you have today.
I'm not too hopeful about the society we have today. Just saying. All right, Precious, give it to me. What happens when men and women never commit?
I mean, they stay single. You know, they stay single. I just think that if you're not going to commit and you don't want to commit, just be honest about not wanting to commit to someone. You know, don't go through the motions. Don't lie. Don't withhold information because you want a piece of ass. If you don't want to commit, that's fine. You know, you do what you want to do. I think everyone has the right to do what they want to do. But when people don't commit, you get a lack of families, you get a lack of a community front. And so that is what fails when people don't commit. A lot of people have committed and they committed to the wrong person. And so now they're at an age where it's like, I'm never going to do that again. I've already had my adult kids. I'm out here trying to have fun and live. But then when you know, 65 and got the gout or something, you know, now it's like, oh, I want somebody to, you know, I want somebody to take care of me. It's like, you want your cake and you want to eat it too. So which one do you want? You know? So when you don't commit, you stay single. But again, the community in numbers fail.
Okay. Got you. MLG.
We are committing. We're committing to our fears and we're committing to our trauma. Men are afraid of women and women are afraid of men for the obvious reasons. You know, you marry a woman, she's going to take your money. And then the obvious reasons for women, men are abusive and men are cheaters and all this other stuff, right? And in all honesty, these fears are actually true because women do that and men are doing the stuff that women say that men are doing. But every man isn't doing that and every woman isn't doing that. So what we do is we look for confirmation of what we are afraid of. So it's like if somebody says there's a rat on the floor, you're going to be crawling, you're going to be looking all on the floor looking for the rat. So we start looking for the things that we fear in order to confirm that our fear is actually real. So we actually subconsciously go out and find a man or a woman that would possibly, most likely, do the thing that we fear the opposite sex would do, just so we can feel that, I knew it. I told you. I gave it a chance. I ain't doing no more. Because sometimes people are so lazy where they would rather just be with somebody that they know ain't shit or stupid or something or broke, just so they can say these men ain't shit or look at these women. Look what my ex did. So we are so committed to our fears where we can't commit to another person due to how many fears we have. So it's really sad. And another part of it is this modern man, modern women stuff. Y'all love to talk about modern women. Modern men are as bad as modern women. In all honesty, modern men are modern women, just with penises. So that's another problem, individualism. So modern people are literally all about themselves and they're not about family because they're so damn scared to make a family.
Insightful. For real, for real. All right,
Like
Fantasy
always.
Island girl. Looking like you about to go take a glamour shot or something. What happens when men and women never commit?
So I think certain people should never be in relationships. And I think those people know who they are. And if they don't know who they are, they've been identified by multiple people. So they should listen. And I don't think they should commit. I think they should commit to their life alone, their life of solitude. But for the ones that aren't committing because they want to be with someone, but they want control, you need to let go of that because you can never have control of another person. As much control as you think these wealthy men have over their women, you find out that they do not have as much control as you believe. You'll never be able to control somebody else completely. So you should release that expectation and instead look for somebody that is compatible with you and commit. Do better than what your parents or whomever you looked up to before, do better than them. That's
All
all I
right.
gotta say.
My man Trev, what's going on, G?
Yeah, so I'm definitely with people being together, right, and committing. It's the key to strong families, right? And historically, the people who did care about strong families and legacy prosper the most. That's just what it is. However, the way society is currently constructed, there are very few people who are prepared to be in a committed relationship. And that's the problem that we have with relationships right now. As individuals, we're not whole. So when we try to come together with somebody else, it's a disaster, right? We don't even have our lives in order. We don't know how to get up and go to work. We don't know how to, we're not self-sufficient. We can't do things without anybody else. And then you expect the other person to pick up the slack, right? So if you don't come into a situation whole, it's not going to be a good situation for you at all. So it's a tough cookie. I wish that we really could commit the way that the homegirl was saying, but it's not that practical for the way we are today. There's so much repair that needs to be done first before we can even try to be in a committed relationship.
All right, Paris.
For yourself.
Sending all my love and positive energy to Sweeney. I will say that in regards to the topic, right? I have always understood the sentiment of that. When you have consciously been by yourself so long, it is very hard to break bad habits that you're not familiar with in order to be with another person. You stop learning conflict resolution. You stop learning how to be selfless. You stop learning how to actually understand other people's needs, other people's wants. Now, I will say, I'm hearing a lot of pushback about like getting yourself together before you get into a relationship. And let me just say this. Before us, there were a group of people who did not know what a thing was. There were a group of people who had no idea what anything was but a Bible and the church in their community. They had many problems. They had many issues. They were not the best people. They were very abusive. They abused substances and they had a lot of issues and they had a lot of things that they dealt with, including monetarily. Those people still found a way to be together. So I do not believe in this whole idea of you need to know yourself before you get in a relationship. I don't believe in that. I feel like majority of that comes with experience. And I feel like this whole you need to heal before you get into a relationship. I think that healing is a journey. It's not something that you do and then you stop doing it and you feel like, oh, I'm fixed. Let me go be with somebody. That's not how life works, but that's me personally. That's my outlook on it. So in this regard, what happens when men and women never commit, we get selfless people. We get people who don't understand community. We get people who have no moral regard for other people. They're very short-sighted. They only see what they need. And you see it all the time when you see the men who were like the Uncle Jesse's, like Full House, or you see the men who were like the Bachelor type men that they would have integrated into the 90s shows or whatever the case may be. They just live life on the edge. It's always one person after another every time you see them. And then they have that longingness for family. But at the end of the day, they missed their mark. And then there was something lagging. And they weren't able to actually fully invest themselves into their family. They were never able to really perpetuate themselves into their family and take on the role that they should have been having because they only knew how to follow itself. They only knew how to deal with self. And that becomes problematic because you lack a lot of those Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So, yeah, I just think that that's what happens when men and women don't commit.
Very insightful. Sweeney, what happens when men and women never commit? You on mute, bro.
First of all, I'm all right, y'all.
You had everybody up here
I was
fucking
about
worried
to
about
say,
you.
like, I don't know
Freaking
what
worried
to
about
expect.
you. I was like, he lost somebody. I hope he's
I thought
okay.
he was
I'm
about to lose
worried
his clip,
about
be like,
you.
this show and everybody on there. I thought you were about
Oh, they
to
up here sending
lose
love
your
to
shit.
Sweet. I'm like, something done happened to this man.
So I'll sit over here chilling, man.
I take my sympathy right on back. I'm ready for you. Go ahead.
Hey, he got to do something.
He gonna say something.
What happens
He's
when
tired of
men
his
and
shirts being so ugly.
What happens when men and women don't commit? Well, never commit. Exactly what we got today. The current period that we in right now, Mr. Lego kind of said it perfectly. A bunch of people operating out of fear and refusing to commit. So what you get? Broken families, broken homes, broken people, broke people. You know what I mean? I mean, it's as simple as that. We got exactly what we get. And I hate to bring it up, but unprotected people. Take that how you want it. That's what you get when people never commit. Simple as that.
Tyra. Haven't seen you in a while, but I know why.
Thank you. And you
Glad
pronounced
you're
my
doing
name
well.
perfectly. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it took me about a year, but I was gonna get it. I learned slow, but I learned.
I hear that. So, well, the definition of commitment is the quality of being dedicated to a cause or activity. That's literally the definition. And what I like is dedication is a synonym of commitment. And as if you are in sports, you need to be committed to that, because if not, then you deal with the consequences. You don't participate in any Olympic games, or you don't classify, or things like that. So if you are don't commit in a career or whatever you're doing, any activity, you put it on, you deal with the consequences. Simple as that. You don't commit, deal with the consequences. That simple.
Damn, that was short and sweet. I love it. My
I
man
love
Israel,
that.
welcome back.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate y'all. Listen, so what happens when you have a bunch of people who don't commit, men and women who don't commit? Well, it's simple. You have people that hurt people. Like they said, hurt people hurt people. So you have people that are using people, going around using people and going around and using people. And so what's happening is then you have a bunch of people that are traumatized trying to get in relationships, and then they trauma bond, and then they further exacerbate the problem. So the issue and the problem when people don't commit is, like a lot of people are alluding to, you don't get to community, you don't get to families, and you don't get to a place of elevation. It really is the decline of a society. When people don't commit in the masses, it's the decline of a society and the decline of a civilization.
Indeed. Y'all all pretty much said it. I think we're looking at the dystopia, not the utopia, the dystopia of what happens when people don't commit. But I do got a follow-up question, and anybody can answer. Follow-up question. Who's more afraid of commitment? Modern men or modern women?
Modern women.
Oh,
modern
women.
I don't think women are afraid of commitment. I think women are getting to the point where they're afraid of men. They're afraid of men. They're afraid they're not going to find the man of their dreams that's going to stand up and do the right thing and be there and all that. They're afraid they're not going to find that anymore. It's not that they're afraid of commitment. Men are afraid of commitment.
No, they're afraid. You just said if you're afraid of men, you're going to be afraid to commit to one. I'm confused.
Yeah.
So
no,
men are the ones
commit.
that
If she found her a nice lady, I'm sure she could commit. But she's determined to be with men. So that's why she's not committed.
What? Whoa, wait. What in the name of Pastor P are we talking about here? What in the name of Pastor P are we talking about here? What's happening?
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying it's not that she can't commit. It's that she will not commit to these men that are showing her they're gonna laugh if a woman gets hit in the face with a brick.
First of all, if she gets with a woman,
back to the brick.
I'm just saying that's very unattractive.
Manny say, "Island girl,
I knew I was gonna bring a brick, baby."
In most lesbian relationships, the woman she's what gets hit in the head with a brick by the other
By
woman.
her, by the other
What are
woman.
you talking about?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Well,
thank you,
yeah,
thank you, Mr. Lego.
Female on female
Most
relationships statistically have the most abuse.
The person
Have
that
the
hits her is
most
her
abuse.
man. If
And the
somebody's
most
hitting,
jealousy too. And
that
the
means
most jealousy
nothing.
too.
If
All right,
somebody's
one
trying to
mic,
hit
one mic,
somebody,
one mic.
it doesn't matter their sexuality, their orientation.
You just brought
Before
that
we
up. You just
MLG,
brought
let
that up.
Paris get in there, and then
before
Siler,
we
you
get
have
away
something to
from
say.
the actual question, I would say to me, it would have to be women. And I say that because a lot of the conversation is women fear mongering themselves out of being in a relationship, right? So using terminology like, I need to heal before I go be with another man, or why would I be with a man who can't do X, Y, and Z? Already knocking him out the box, already trying to find other ways or other nuances to try to get her out of the relationship, or saying things like, where are you going to lead me to, right? Or it's always some form of repulsion when it comes to women nowadays, because you never see men like not actively still dating regardless of what they go through, or not even dating. You just never see men without women. Like, you never see men at some degree without women, but it's always women trying to find ways of saying, before I get with another man, I'm not going through this, I'm not dealing with this, I'm not taking it. And I completely understand that. I think that that's perfectly okay, but I do feel like it comes from a deep place of fear to say, I've been there, I've done that, I've been this type of woman, I don't want to go through that anymore. So instead of them actually working to absolve themselves of those situations, they completely stop the relationship entirely.
Yo, can I so to add on to that, that's real good. But to add on to that as well, it's women that are marrying themselves. Didn't we just hear not too long ago, less than 5-6 months ago, that women are proposing to themselves and having weddings to themselves? It's women who are having these women Valentine's Day masquerades where they go and they're their own Valentine and they're Valentines with their girlfriends. So I would not say that it's definitely not men by and large that are the ones. It's women by and large that are the ones that don't really want the commitments or don't really want the relationships like that anymore.
Can I ask?
They don't want these men.
I say it's men because it's he who finds a wife, and if you're not finding a wife, you're not going to commit to one. So y'all can say that women aren't committing and things like that, but if you're not finding a wife, you're not going to commit to one. If women are marrying themselves, then they found value in humping on another woman, and a man is saying, "Hey, you don't even find value in me. You're not even finding me valuable. So why would I commit to you?"
But is that being afraid of commitment or
Can I
not
ask
being
a
able to find
question?
it?
It's not.
No, it's not being afraid of commitment. I just
Let
explained to you.
me ask Preston a second.
All right, then Lucky, you go next.
What you just said, they
Who is
can't
Preston?
find a good woman to commit to. That is not being afraid of commitment. That's they can't find somebody worth committing to. And what that actually means is, altogether, men have higher standards than women when it comes to who we're going to give our last names to and our sperm to, because y'all give y'all wombs to anybody.
Well, I will also say, to add to that a lot of times you do see men attempting to attach themselves to women. It's always women trying to repel. You're not seeing men walk around saying, we don't need you. Like, even when I see the commentary about men who will say, we getting our passports, we leave, it's like, no, you're not. Like, bro, y'all have never been out of time where y'all are not constantly trying to convince us your need for sex, your need for a woman to be under you, your need for, like, the conversations be so nuanced with men. It's almost as if you could tell men are codependent on the efficiencies with women. So commitment is coming in different ways. It's not looking like the commitment that we think it should be, right? Because we all think it should be marriage. But in actuality, majority of the women, they even have additional attachment of their resources coming from men. Like, majority of women are still getting extra supplements from men. Majority of women are still like finding themselves trying to even latch onto their male friends for that companionship and that need, but it's in a repulsion response to actually being in a relationship.
Well, I'm not going to say that it's fair per se, like, because what do women really have to fear, right? Their expectations are way too high, and that may cause them to not get married. But what do they even have to lose? Men take most of the risks when it comes to marriage, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we're really saying when it's commitment. What do women really have to lose? Men have all to lose. Men put their life on the line. We are at risk. Women don't risk very much at all in comparison to what men do. So we really need to be more fearful of commitment than anything else.
We should be, but we're not. You know, by and large, we're not.
Lucky, you had a question.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask for clarity. Are we measuring commitment based on actions, or if whether or not someone is married on paper? How are we judging commitment? Because I'm just trying to figure out who I think is more fearful. Because if we're saying it's women, but then women have all these issues, I have to put the onus on the person who's responsible to ask for your hand in marriage in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
How often are men actually asking? So we could say, you know, there's no women for them to ask, and then men are always with women. So there's definitely women. So why aren't they marrying the women that they're laid up with in relationships with for X amount of years? Why aren't they asking for a commitment if that's what the woman's actions is already saying? So what if she's loudmouth? You chose her. If you're laying up under her, not asking for her hand in marriage, to me, that action in itself is commitment, whether or not on paper you're actually married, because people can get married and still their actions show they're not even committed to who they're married to. So what does it really mean if you don't really have a mind, body, and soul type of bond? Where's your commitment to if we're not locked in? So I just wanted to know, how are we judging commitment based on marriage on paper or the actions of the person? Because if we can say men are laid up with women, why isn't he asking for her hand in marriage? And would you say she's not committing to somebody who's not even asked her for that?
Well, I would say just real quick, you know, when you say that, that's a good point. Thinking about it, Lucky, a lot of times, women are the ones by and large that file for divorces. And so, you know, and it could be for a myriad of reasons. People want to get into, well, why did she do it? Why did she want a divorce? But the truth is, by and large, women are the ones that want to get out of the marriages and file for the divorce.
So they're saying, I no longer want to be committed to this man. And you're saying the reason doesn't matter.
Right. Well, I mean, but you know, we don't know what the reason is. I mean, you would have to go relationship by relationship. And but the point is that most women, especially modern women, don't want to be committed to just one relationship or one man. Unfortunately, it seems that way as a general rule.
So now we're saying most women today don't want to be committed, but they want to be committed to multiple men.
No, I'm just saying they don't want to be committed.
They become committed, they uncommit themselves.
Right.
The reason
why they don't want to be committed to begin with.
All right.
Because go ahead.
No, I was saying clarify you.
I would say the reason why the why doesn't matter is because men and women do to each other. So for men and women to actually do to one another, and then for an overwhelming majority of women would still file for divorce, then at that point the why doesn't matter, because it's a lot of the times it could be things that the woman has done in a relationship to cause the end of the relationship, but she's still the one that walks away. I mean, the reality is the reason why women initiate divorce more is because men are not incentivized to initiate divorce and women are. That's the simple answer. But that's
that's an opinion, because there's no way to state that that's the overall reason.
That's not an opinion, though, because men are not incentivized to get a divorce. What are you talking about? That's a fact.
No, what I'm saying is to dismiss the why, because I feel like we can go deeper into talking about what are the characteristics most male and female have, to where they can't actually walk down the aisle or actually in action stay committed to each other. If she's saying, I no longer want to be married to this man, maybe he also has some things that, like she mentioned earlier, healing. Maybe he got in a relationship where certain things are showing up in the relationship where it becomes difficult to be with someone.
Well,
right. How do we real quick? How do we
divorce mainly and me and Sweetie had this conversation in a whole other topic. It mainly is due to unreconcilable differences, and that basically is at the hands of women. That's a trickle down effect of a lot of things. Even cheating is not the primary, or finances at all. Women tend to go back to their mates after 70% of cheating. So when you're talking about unreconcilable differences, the most What you hear from women is saying, hey, I just wasn't happy. But the incentives of leaving a marriage does come with spousal support, alimony, the option to property, the options to stipends, dividends, the options to having his reputation attached to you. You see it all the time with basketball wives. Shawnee O'Neal, she's married now to a whole nother man. She will forever be Shawnee O'Neal. She would forever get the respect that comes with Shaquille. Same thing with Larsa Pippen. She's walking around with Michael Jordan's son, but she will forever be Mrs. Larsa Pippen. She will forever get the attachments to it. Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, Elon Musk's ex-wife. I mean, I can do this for days. So there is incentives for women to divorce.
But I just wanted to say, before we got too far away from this, if we think about it, how can we really honestly quantify or codify who did what for what reason? Like, that would require us to be in the midst of people's relationships, there's no way for us to really do that. I mean,
it's a chicken or the egg argument.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like
basically you would never, because because there's two people involved in that relationship, you would never fully get to the bottom of it, because she's gonna say he did this, and then he's gonna say, well, you did this, and then she's gonna say, well, you did this to make me do that. And so that's the reason why I guess that's part of the reason why they say irreconcilable differences, is because if you started to try to really nail home why they got a divorce, both of them participated majority of the time in the reason why the marriage and the relationship starts to fall apart. But let me say this.
But one of them gave up.
But let me say this. To answer Lucky's question, men aren't asking women to marriage and let's just keep commitment in the sense of marriage, because that's the ultimate commitment, because that comes with a lot of risk and everything that comes involved in that. Men are afraid to commit because they're afraid of the reasons, they're afraid of the outcomes of a divorce. Women, however, are dealing with these men to the level in which they're like, okay, well, now they're afraid of dealing with men because there is no commitment, if that makes sense. So men are afraid of committing, and then the women are afraid to deal with the men because there is no commitment.
But I would even counteract that, because there's a lot of women who are attaching themselves to this idea now of multiple dates. They're finding ways, and there are multiple women influencers now that are coming up with saying, hey, this is why you should date multiple people, right? So to me, when you're dating multiple people, you're practicing the art of detachment. Then you're also practicing the art of learning to walk away. Like dating is, the practice of divorce. Dating is the practice of breakups. So there are a lot of women now that are saying, hey, I should be able to date multiple people because it's going to reap me this results. And this has been a huge trend on TikTok, right? Then there are also a lot of women who are saying, hey, I got multiple boyfriends, or the sneaky link thing, or even the idea of, I don't need a man anything except for dick and money, right? So when you're listening to the language, I can absolutely say that men have this hesitancy of committing towards marriage. That's never been a new thing, though, if we're being honest.
Right.
Like that didn't just happen. But overall, we have seen a widespread mass of women who are saying at the drop of a hat, let's leave. You're seeing that constantly. And you're also seeing a lot of women who are saying, I would just rather be alone. It's a study now that just came out that said there are more women who are single now than ever before, not just a Black woman thing. And it's also saying, in comparison to men, women who are single and do not have children tend to live happier lives. It just came out. It's a very new study, like October 2022.
That's because all the box wine that they consume.
But I do want to add to what
I wanted to say something.
So go ahead, say it.
Sorry, Lucky. Well, and it's actually to answer your question on how should we measure or judge, pretty much. I'll say in actions. And I'm not going to talk about men or women, but people get married and they don't commit. They actually walk through the aisle and they don't commit. And there's people that are not married who are very committed to each other. My father and my stepmom have been together for over 20 years and they're not legally married. So that proves that it's not a paper. It's not actually getting married that says that you're going to commit to somebody. It's your actions.
Exactly.
So the actions is what tells us is the person is committed to you or not. And then you should not commit until you get proposed. You should you commit to a relationship before you jump into that. That's the start line. It's not the end of the, it's the start line.
Yeah. I tend to agree in part with that. But do you think a majority of women would want any kind of commitment that's not legal? You don't don't you think most women want a legal commitment from a man?
Yeah,
Of
because
course
it
they do. That's
benefits them
security.
worse. It benefits them
It's
more.
security.
Absolutely.
That's one of
Because
women's
just to be honest, men
ultimate
would
needs is
love
security.
not to be tied to your
let the
ass.
ladies answer this one. Let the ladies answer this.
In general, I think it's stupid. We're all women. We're born and we're immediately by society told that we're supposed to be wives and have kids. And that's what our nature says, that we are to be that. So we dream about getting married from the first boyfriend. At least in my case, I cannot speak, but all my friends will all dreamt of getting married. My sisters are married, so it's normal. And we all want that. But I agree partially. Someone said we don't commit to a specific man because you commit to somebody that is the same as submission. People is afraid of the word, but it is a synonym. Devotion is another one. Dedication is another one. So all this is tied together. But we don't do it because we don't trust the person. You don't trust fully that person. When you don't trust, you don't commit to that person.
Mm-hmm.
And that was pretty much what I'm saying, because if we're saying the male is more hesitant, then that would be the obvious answer as to who's more fearful, because they're still willing to still use that woman to get her actions of commitment, whatever that looks like. And then once you get to the point where it's too serious, there's some hesitancy still there, even though her action shows she's committed.
But if his action, all right, so let's just keep it at actions, right? Let's just say commitment is actions rather than marriage, right? Then a guy, there wouldn't be no such thing as why would you buy the cow if you can get the milk for free? Because he's legitimately still with her. That's still a commitment, and he just never popped the question.
Correct.
So there's still two groups.
So to avoid that, and kind of to Paris' point earlier about the dating and how the dating is pretty much setting up for failure, that would mean to fix that, the first person you meet that wants to date you should be asking to marry you within a certain time frame, pretty much. So that means that most people are ready for that. That just doesn't seem like that's reality to say.
But there's it's a such thing as not being compatible. It's a such thing as not being compatible and not really fit. Like the point of dating, and this is why I had a little pushback to what she was saying earlier, but I didn't say it. But it's because the point of dating is for you to see who you're compatible with and who is. Shout out to my man Truth Light, who is suitable for you, right? And so you want a person who is suitable for you and compatible to you. And that's the purpose of dating. Dating is not supposed to be a heavy thing. Dating is supposed to be lightly courting and getting to know people and to see, what fits you and what works for you. So I think that a lot of times in modern society, we've done a little bit too much, but there's nothing wrong with the institution of dating, how it was set up, in order to know what suits you and what's compatible for you.
I think a lot of people try to
I will say, going back, Lucky, to what you and Sweeney was saying, let's talk about the action part, right? And this is how you can tailor commitment, because we're talking about marriage, but again, commitment is an umbrella. There are a lot of things that go, I showed you commitment. One thing being is you can have a man and a woman in a relationship, whether they're in the house together or not. Her expectation of him is for him to meet her somewhere financially, right? But we see women all the time that says, when I'm mad at you, you get no sex. When I'm mad at you, you get no, I don't cook for you. I don't clean for you. I'm not your mom. I don't show up for you and do those things that I should be doing that would entail, quote unquote, my duty in this relationship. Or even like now, the whole Black women don't owe you shit, but you're entitled for him to protect you, right? So men never stop showing up in that way. The commitment is they've honored it. They show up, overall, in a general sense, because we know that there are some men who don't. But in a general sense, right, if a man gets mad, he can't say, fuck her, not paying the bills this month, right? He don't get that denunciation. But you see when women get mad, they say, he wanted me to cook. Fuck that. He wanted me to buy something. Fuck that. He wanted peace and quiet in his house. Fuck that. They stopped showing up. So that's why I say you will see in a multifaceted of ways. Women are not as committed as men. Women do not commit the way men do, and women are not necessarily dedicated to the commitment the way men are.
And that's kind of like an example of women being children.
Money and sex is not commitment. Money.
I know, but I like how she broke down her actions is showing that she first stopped the commitment, but he still has to be committed to protecting and paying. Is what she's saying.
Sex is a commitment. If you start having sex and you stop having sex, you're not committed to having sex. What do you mean?
Right. Well, here's the thing. Not necessarily that. Patience, to be very clear, I'm keeping it very surface level. I'm not trying to go into, hey, like, Precious. I'm sorry. Precious. I know someone named Patience, but I'm not trying to go into the automatic entitlement thing of it. I'm just saying, hey, listen, these are parts of things that make a relationship function. And this is what the expectations are on both parties. This is where you can see
when are those expectations?
Huh?
When do we have those expectations?
We always have expectations. We've never not had expectations from men.
But it's right, but those expectations are
right in my car. Service. He don't get the opportunity to say her car not finna get serviced. I'm not.
But are you committed to him?
He don't get the opportunity to say that.
But are y'all committed to each other?
That's what the commitment is. It's action.
A habit is a commitment. It's you're in a habit of
winding this topic down.
Can I just say this to Paris? Not Paris, Precious. I see what Precious is saying, because if it's action, then that kills the whole marriage argument. Then people can be committed without marriage on paper. Then
right.
That's why I went and I
but don't want to marry none of them. So all your money don't went down the drain.
I guess what
your money go down the drain anyway, even if you marry her, because she's going to divorce you until you have to.
I see what Paris is saying, because she is like, you got to keep this pretty much surface level, because when you go into when we talk about relationships at the opening gate, most of the time there are certain things that men expect of women, and there are certain things that women expect of men right out the gates. And that's what she's basically saying, is that at least at bare minimum, when you talk about two people coming together, at the bare minimum, the expectations that she has of him, the expectations of a man, he's less likely to be able to break those expectations outside of, being emotionally available. If you want to dive all into that, we could talk about that. But when we talk about the base level, our expectations are automatically expected, and we can't just opt out whenever we want to. However, when men have certain expectations of their women, i.e., if a man says, man, I committed to her because I wanted sex on a regular. And she said, I'm going to give you sex on a regular. And then one day she says, I'm no longer going to give you sex because you pissed me off yesterday. He can't opt out of his duties where she can.
But even if we were
the same duty,
right?
Like you should expect that one day she's going to wake up and be like, bye. He should expect that one day
that's not fair.
What are we? I don't. Maybe I need to break it down to me. Okay.
Even if we talk about marriage, right? I can keep it
very. All right, winding this one down, y'all. So y'all go ahead and finish it up.
Dating you, am I supposed to expect for you to pay my bills, and that's your commitment to me when we start dating?
Yes.
If that's how you start, yes.
Right. And this is the marriage. This is why I didn't make the art of commitment solely marriage. I know Precious did. I know you guys talked about it, but I didn't make that solely the art of commitment of marriage, because even via the Bible, right? Aside from the law of the land, if you are having if you're having intercourse and you guys are actually praying together, you're married. Literally. Like that's what it says in the Bible. All you need to do to be married by the biblical terms is pray together, honor and worship one God, follow your husband's lead, and have sex. That is a marriage. So if we're talking about commitment, right? The moment that you guys say we're together in a relationship, the commitment is showing up in men a different way. The discipline
showing up
in a different way. The commitment is not showing up in women a different way. But even if you're not talking about the totality of a relationship, we can just keep it at dating. You are seeing more women trying to vindicate more ways of why they don't want a relationship, more ways of why they don't want to be married. Even when Sarah talked about, hey, I was told that I would I was supposed to be a wife. Society told us that. She's absolutely right. But now you're seeing more women say marriage is not everybody's goal. That's all I'm saying. So women are not
And then there are women that will literally say, I don't want to get a divorce. Therefore, she keeps running out of relationships simply because, and she uses the excuse of, I don't want to imagine getting a divorce. When I get married, I'm going to stay married. So she never gets married because she's so afraid of picking the wrong person and being stuck in a bad marriage. So she doesn't get married at all. This is shit women do.
All right, we're gonna wind that one down. That was a good one. Goddamn, I'm probably gonna cool it with the follow-up questions because we definitely went 20 minutes over on that one. But if you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We are well into the night. Let's get these super chats read real quick. Oh, this is me, $10. This panel is dope. It is dope. Show your support for this fire. All right, my man Big Ant, $10. Trigger Mike, look at Mr. Let Go in his little chair. He all comfortable and feet touching the ground. I'm so proud of him. Me too, man. Appreciate that. Get Perking 11, $2. Shout out to Paris, Sweeney, and Israel for speaking facts. This is fire.
Israel didn't even say nothing.
Yes,
There you go.
why you always hating?
Don't
Mr.
tell
Lego
me.
started
Yeah, he always
early.
hating,
He
bro.
always
Always.
hating.
Don't tell
That's
me.
why your shirt is so tight.
Hater.
You got
He's a
medium
hater.
shirt on, sir.
And it's red again. Skip Perking 11.
Extra
$5.
medium.
It's crazy how both men and women use benefit each other, yet somehow you always hear women complain more. I don't know. Could that be true?
We barely ever complain.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to give a shout out to the sponsor, Tiege Hanley, 30% off along with a free gift. The link is down in the description, so make sure you go get that uncomplicated skincare for men. All right, welcome. If y'all are coming in, hit that like button. I know y'all lazy. Y'all get this game for free. I don't want to hit that like button. It's free. We got 501 people watching and 134 likes. I need those all the way up to 250 right now. Go ahead, smash that like button, and then go ahead and hit that share button and share this out to one media outlet. I appreciate it. All right, y'all. We got
to the show. Not hitting the damn like button.
For real. Hit that like button. Get those likes up right now. Mods, I need you in the chat. Repping that like button right now. Make sure you drop that for the people so they can go ahead and get this popping for the YouTube algorithm. Let me get the next topic up, which is, does your conflict make you stronger or weaker? Weaker. We got a video. Hold up.
Long-term health of a relationship by whether each cut heals to 99% or 101%, i.e., does your conflict make you stronger or weaker? And there's this famous scientist, a professor called Professor John Gottman, right, who studied divorced couples and found the one thing that leads to divorce in relationship is contempt. If you're my partner and you go, come look at this out the window, and I just go, oh, fuck. That there is 15 years of unaddressed issues and expressed in a moment of contempt, right? Just that and that comes from poor communication for those 15 years where you haven't resolved the conflict. Right. And it's gradually made you weaker and weaker and weaker.
But she's actually showing him a skywriter saying, I want a horse. Yeah. Do you see that? Jeez, man.
Right.
You don't even want to look at a skywriter. It costs a lot.
All right. We're going to do this one a little different. We're going to start with Saira. Does your conflict make you stronger or weaker? What do you got to say about that?
I think it depends on, your situation, your environment, and how you grew up, your traumas. It can definitely make you weaker if you don't know how to deal with this situation, but it can also make you stronger, just like any situation in your life can. However, what I think of what he was saying, the unresolved issues that you have with your partner can definitely make your lead to, it's kind of like when you have a discussion or something, an issue, and you don't talk about it, there's like a brick that is put into that wall, and then issue over issue is going to end up into a big wall between y'all. So that's something that really caught me on that video. That makes sense. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Trev, what you got?
All right, so Yeah, that was a good point just made. But with that, you have like, it depends on who you are as an individual, right? Me and you could go through the same exact thing with two completely different outcomes, right? So we could experience certain traumas and then we could learn from it. We could get better from it. We could grow from it. But then for someone else, that same exact trauma or situation could devastate them to where they are no longer any good to society anymore. So it all depends on what type of person you are as an individual. Now, as far as in a relationship, how they were talking about with the contempt, yeah, I could see how that could be an issue, right? But it depends on what type of communicators you are, right? There's some people who you could be a great communicator, but if you are with a partner who cannot communicate well, there's nothing you can do because unless you both can actually express your grievances, it's impossible for you to ever come to a resolution, right? And if you try to take something that they did and say, hey, well, listen, this is what, then every single thing they take offense to, they have to blow up on you for it, and they can't take constructive criticism, you're doomed. There's nothing you can do about it. So in some situations, it's best to just leave it alone, and hopefully you could be better for someone else. Because if one person is just not willing to move, or you just can't talk to them, they're like a brick wall, you're always going to have issues.
All right.
Totally agree.
Precious.
So I was cracking up because when they talked about the contempt and the reaction, that is given, it was like the guys were sitting there and it's like they had been there before and they knew exactly what, he was talking about. But it's like that thorn in your side when you don't communicate about things. Whenever that person talks to you or tries to communicate with you, it's going to be like, oh, what do they want? And that is just you or the other person, depending on who has the issue, not being able to confront the issue. A lot of times when you have issues in your relationships, you think it's you against the other person, and it's really both of you against the issue. And when you attack it that way, then you're able to get past it. But when you think that the issue is the other person, then you're going to be fighting each other. And the contempt is just going to continue to grow and grow and get bigger to the point where you're almost disgusted by that person and you don't want to be bothered by that person. But if you attack it with the notion that it's both of y'all against whatever the issue is, no matter who is having the issue, then you can get past it. I think that people just need to be honest with what's going on with them. I also always say that we need to expand our vocabularies. A lot of people just do not know how to say things. So for one, check yourself, check your tone, check the way that you're saying things, but expand, your vocabulary so you're able to communicate with someone without always using a 4-letter word.
All right. Lucky, let's get you in there.
I think that it can make you stronger or weaker based on how you have the conflict. Kind of like what she just said. If you have one person who's dismissive while the other person is expressive and you don't know what to give or what to withdraw from in that moment, also learning to pick your conflicts, that everything does not have to be a fight. I think that would depend on how you guys get stronger, because both people have to be willing, in my opinion. So like I said, if you're with somebody who's more expressive and you feel like you don't have time to deal with it, one of those things with conflict in relationship, I believe you don't get to pick and choose when you have to deal with it if you want a healthy relationship. If it's very important to the other person, I believe that it should be dealt with and there should be some sort of conversation. Now, once again, it depends on who you're having conflict with that will make you guys weaker, because you can't have one great communicator and another person that's a child in a sense. And I think that most of the time when people find themselves where men automatically say they don't like to express them feelings, there's always already some resistance there, because women are always going to tell you how they feel. So then if you get it to that point and they have the sense of trust, I think that can make you stronger. I think to have a stronger relationship outside of conflict, you have to know that the person that you're having the conflict with intentions is not against you, that your issue is really just whatever's happening in the relationship, in my opinion.
Indeed. All right, Israel. I'm gonna change it to should. Should your conflict make you stronger or weaker?
Yeah, that's why I was gonna go with it, Trigger Mike, because my initial reaction would be like everybody else on the panel, like, it's up to the individual. But should your conflict make you weaker or stronger? It should make you stronger, absolutely. And the reason why is because you should understand, generally speaking, when people go through things together, it has the ability to bond them to each other, especially if they're able to overcome it, especially if they're able to get to the other side of it. So like Lucky alluded to earlier, it builds, if you put it in a right perspective, it could build trust with one another. Listen, I could depend on this person, I could rely on this person, and we could get to the other side of the issue or problem. So it should make you stronger in a relationship.
You got pushback, Precious?
Well, no, I don't have pushback, but it did say should. What I do want to say is your conflict is going to make you weaker before it makes you stronger. Just like when you're going to the gym, you're weak, and then you go through the exercises to get stronger. So I forgot to say that, but it's going to make you weaker. So you have to expect that.
Ooh, bars. Ooh, MLG.
I'm glad I'm going right behind what she said, because I agree with that. I, in my opinion, don't think a relationship actually starts. Y'all are just together, but it's not really a relationship until somebody gets triggered and there's a conflict, and then they start working it out. But from what Precious said, if you go to the gym and you are in so much pain after you leave the gym 2 days later and you don't go back to the gym, you just lost. And that's how you can tell the other person is the weakest link, because they don't stay. Because the thing about it is, if you leave after the first conflict, you was never there in the first place. And then at the same time, you're not marriage material, because if you're going to leave in the first conflict, that's just like somebody going to the gym. They're like, I can't deal with this. My legs are killing me. Okay, do you not realize that once you get used to this and once you grow, keyword grow, it's not going to hurt as bad? It actually will start feeling good when you get sore, because being sore as you start growing is telling you that you're still growing. You ever been working out for a while and then automatically get sore again? You're like, damn, I must be really growing because I'm getting sore again. So the growth actually starts. The relationship actually starts when somebody gets triggered, when somebody gets offended, when somebody gets upset and storms out the room. But after they deal with that, now they're actually in a relationship.
All right, who are you and what did you do with Mr. Let Go? Because that was very profound.
I'm always.
It's because I'm here, Trigger Mike's, because I'm here. He loves to compete.
The red connection.
I got to put my glasses back on. That's what it is. My glasses.
This is glasses.
All right, Paris, what you got for us?
Don't make me say it, Mike. I agree with MLG.
I'm just saying.
That's where I was gonna come from, anyways. I don't think that
you always agree with me, just so you know. You always agree with me. You just don't want to agree with me.
No, I don't. I do think that a lot of times conflict should make you stronger when you don't really know the person that you're in that fight with until you get into conflict, and not necessarily with each other. Not necessarily with each other. A lot of times people don't know how to fight. They fight each other and not the problem. Even when the problem arises where it's a self-individual problem, we need to address the problem. We don't need to address each other, right? I got this player with me for a reason. You're supposed to help me conquer battle. But I think Precious made a good point. A lot of times people don't know how to speak with each other. They don't know how to speak to each other. However, I'm a firm believer. This is just me. This is not for anybody else. Everybody knows how to communicate. You need to adapt to that person's communication style. It may not be healthy, but everybody knows how to communicate. So I do think that conflict absolutely should make you stronger. You typically see people in marriages, they say if you can get past the first 5 years, you can get through anything. because the first 5 years is the most triggering time where you've been together, which is why it's very perplexing after people have been together 20 years plus. When they get divorced, you've been through everything. There's literally nothing else that can show up now that would be, a difficult feat or a task for you, whether it's death, sickness, finances, whatever the case may be. So,
can I ask a question real quick? It's just a question.
Long as it ain't to me.
Is this true? Women have trouble committing to something that they can't control, i.e. the man. Is that true?
Modern women, I would say that's where what it's looking like. Yeah.
Well, I don't think
control the man. They can't see committing to the man because modern women are so used to being in control of everything in front of them. They're not used to quote unquote being controlled by the man, so they run off when they feel controlled because they're so used to, y'all love y'all are losers and y'all are loser baby daddies. So y'all get with these losers and get so accustomed to being in control of the relationship. You get with a real ass nigga, all of a sudden your life starts falling apart because you don't know what to do with this control because you're used to being in control.
So
that doesn't make any sense. And I'm glad it's my turn.
All right, hold on.
So,
Let's do Fantasy. You were up next anyway.
Yeah. So
let's
that
do
doesn't make any
Cider,
sense.
and then Cider, you go ahead.
Fantasy was about to agree with me. Go ahead.
No.
That doesn't make any sense, Mr. Leko. My husband is very much so in control. And I knew that from the beginning. And I either had to adapt to his way or not adapt and not be his wife. And I decided I wanted to do what he said because at the end of the day, it didn't take much conflict for us to be on the same page. And I understand that you guys said, oh, your relationship doesn't really start until you start having conflict, but your relationship starts from the beginning. And the way that you communicate with each other from the beginning really shapes the way that you come to each other when you have that conflict, when that starts up. So if you're not treating your relationship with care and you're not treating your relationship like you're building up your trust in each other so that when things are difficult, they can trust you as a soft landing place, it's going to be conflict that you can't get through when you get to that point. So I'm speaking specifically on a lot of things that I've experienced. Honestly, I've been married before, I'm married now, and it's completely night and day. The way that you communicate with each other when it's good times can a lot of times bleed over to the way that you communicate, you come to each other when it's something that you're really concerned about being misunderstood about, or they're actually causing tension in the relationship. You approach those situations with care and you always treat each other like you love each other. That's the most important part. We get to the point where we get so irritated that we start lashing out at each other, being nasty towards each other, and you can never take those things back and they will never forget them. So instead of us being so quick to combat each other and be nasty, we need to make sure that when we come into each other, we're remembering that this is our loved one. We love them.
Congratulations, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Leko, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, Mr. Leko.
Hold on real quick. Cider, you had something on this too?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't
and then
see
Trev and then Paris.
I don't see the relationship between the words commitment and control. I don't see it. Like Mr. Lego was saying, when you get married to somebody just because you don't want to be controlled by somebody. Like my husband doesn't control me. He's in control of a lot of things. Exactly. But you as a human being can never.
He controls
you cannot. No, hold on.
Yes, he does.
Thank you. Let me finish. Thank you. You can never control somebody else's responses, actions. Nobody. You can't. You can influence them, and you can have expected behavior or expect certain behavior from somebody because of, the environment, or if you know them, if you influence them, whatever. But you cannot control people's reactions or actions. You can't. And that's why boundaries are for us, for ourselves, not for other people. So
we all
controlling somebody.
As an example.
So I am coming from a family where my father is the head of the house. I have never felt like my dad is in control or controlling me as his daughter. And I respect him. But he doesn't need to feel, hold on, he doesn't need to feel that he is in control of things. He doesn't
It's
need
not
a
about
reassurance.
feeling like somebody's in control. We are like, there's gravity. We're control. Like there's a lot of things and people that are controlling us. All right. So YouTube is controlling us. Certain things we can't do and say on YouTube. Okay. That's control. So you are controlled by your husband. You were controlled by your father, but you didn't feel like you were being controlled. But just because you don't feel like it, you don't have the feeling, that's actually a good thing. That's like having some a belt on. You don't feel the belt, but it's holding up your pants. So it's not controlling anything, but so control does not have to. And I want to say this because women have this feeling that like there's a trigger word, control. When a man is controlling, it has to be this bad thing. No, control is just like what your belt is doing, what your hair is doing when you have it up in a bun. It's controlling your hair. It's little small things like that. It's not as terrible RoboCop type of thing. I just wanted to say that.
Right. No, and
Mr. Leko, I wanted to respond to that real quick.
So a synonym or a similar word could be charge. You as a man are in charge. You as a man, you as a man have a lot of responsibility over your shoulders now.
Yeah.
That's why you are in control of a lot of things. But the way that you said or you presented, and that's why you as a man must be careful with what, because other women don't understand the word the way that you're saying. Trying to control my life is not the way that it should be presented.
Well, you gotta understand.
Like as a man, I will want my man to influence me the best way possible. And let me give you an example if I can. My daughter she did something. She was in the pool and she did something and she splashed me with water. But like she did it like intentionally. I could see her like she did it intentionally when I have told her already that I didn't want her to get wet. So when I did this on the seat, like I was gonna throw the floaty that she splashed me with, my husband just did this to me. Like this. Just that. He didn't have to say anything. He didn't have to like do nothing bad. It was just soft and gentle the way that he did it. It was more like he thought that I was going to have a bad reaction because I did this, but it was more like the water splashed me really bad and it was cold that I got like, I don't know. It was a reaction, but
so look, this is my point. This is my point. This is my point. One, nobody cares about women reacting or responding because nobody gives a damn about what y'all want or don't want. Like the world is controlling y'all. Okay, you get your food, everything from us.
I was gonna jump on your side. I'm thankful I held my tongue.
Get everything from us. The reason why women are alive is because of men. All of this, me too. All of this is control. When you take a dump.
I ain't never seen the man have no baby.
We don't need to have no baby. Y'all have babies.
Part
of the control. So look, the point is, ladies, control is not a bad word. And the day you realize control is actually a good word, just like what Saida said, you'll have a better life.
All right. So I got to respond to that real quick. Mr. Leko, I think that you're actually right about women not wanting something that they can control, but it's only about a certain type of woman. You're talking about masculine women. Masculine women feel like they have to control a situation, and that's why they would look for some of these losers or men who are feminine in many ways, whether it comes to just physically or responsibility wise, men who handle themselves in a feminine manner. Now, we all know that women are their happiest when they are allowed to rest in their femininity. So women who are feminine do not feel like they need to control a situation. It's just unfortunate right now that we have a lot more masculine women than we do have feminine women available.
And that's the reason why we don't get married. Hence, what Lucky was talking about earlier. If there were better women, more of us will get married. But there aren't better women. Therefore, because of the standards we actually have, we don't marry y'all asses.
Okay, so
Can I ask Paris a question?
It's two things that I wanted to say in regards to this. One word that was brought up was contentment rather. And with that word, what we see is like the art of suppression that happens in relationships. I know that Fantasy Island Girl mentioned earlier, like, hey, your relationship starts when you first start talking this, that, and the third, and not having problems shouldn't be like a red flag. But in all honesty, there was a study conducted, and it said most people who never show any type of problems in a relationship are hiding something from each other. They actually do not have a real relationship. The best example of that would be the movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith. They did not know each other. They didn't have a real relationship at all. They had no idea who they were. So it's actually good to talk about contentment. And it's actually good to talk about the fact of, hey, you got some form of hidden expression, like you roll your eyes, your body language, you got some form of disdain. Something hasn't been addressed, something is lying under the surface that should come out. That's one thing. Second thing, this word control. I hate y'all for make me agree with this man. And it's because the word control has a lot of synonyms, and I see Seta, she definitely loves wordplay. I'm also a word wizard. The word control is just basically a person who is able to influence or a person who's able to direct other people's course of action. So even though you didn't have that feeling, doesn't mean that your dad didn't control you, because something as being in control is your parents setting rules into their house. Synonyms of control are people are things like authority, dominance, command, a rule, supremacy, leadership. Those are all literally synonyms of control. And guidance. Those may be softer words. They may be words that feel good to you, but those are literally words of control. I think a lot of times, going back to what Sarah said, even when the word submission comes up, if we were interchanging these words with more appealing words, people would be far more along with the idea of the word verbiage and the usage of them. But the real reality is a lot of times we are being controlled. And you may not like the word control. However, you are receptive to a man being dominant. And dominance is literally a synonym of control.
Right.
All right. Let's get Sweeney in there. Sweeney,
Wait,
you're
I just
next.
wanted
I want
to.
you.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Hold on, real quick.
Let them cook. Let them cook, Trigger. Let them cook.
All right, I'll be right back. And then Sweeney,
Okay.
you answer the question.
So I just wanted to make sure I was very clear that I wasn't saying that you shouldn't have any conflict in your relationship. I was saying your relationship has started, whether you've had your first conflict or not. And it's important the way that you speak to each other and the way that you create your safe space for them, so that when you do have conflict, you can communicate in a safe space and have somewhere safe and soft to land. So I'm not saying that your relationship shouldn't have any conflict. My husband and I had conflicts when we first started. We don't have nearly as many now because our communication is just much better. We learned what works for us, what doesn't work for us, ways that we can communicate with each other and make sure that we are understood, make sure we're patient when we're talking to each other. All these things were while we weren't in an argument. So when we finally were to a point where we were at a conflict, it was like, okay, this is what we're going to do. Let's sit down. Let's have a talk. Let's be patient. And that alone changes the whole environment. And that's all I was trying to explain to people. I know that conflicts happen. I'm not inexperienced.
So in other words, you actually agree with me when you said you didn't agree with me. But go ahead, Precious.
No, I only disagreed with a portion.
I got you. Go ahead, Precious.
I think the bigger it's not that women are afraid that they can't control the man, because
the narrative, not the man, the narrative.
I thought you said the man at first, that they don't have a man that they can control. In my opinion, I think that a lot of women don't get their feelings under control. A lot of times you'll hear a lot of women say, I feel this, I feel that, I feel this, I feel that. But as soon as you get with a man who thinks logically and is able to, help you with your feelings, help you with your thoughts, a lot of women get a little like frigidity, I feel like, because it's like, oh, I'm not used to having my you know, my feelings regulated, and because they're not doing that by themselves. They're not, you know, they're not doing the work, they're not going to therapy, they're not talking about what's going on with them. And so when they get with a man is clearly able to see some things. He's clearly able to see some things. He'll probably point them out. And when a woman is not wanting to be held accountable, or she don't want to be, you know, liable for her own stuff, it's like, oh, well, you know, I can't manipulate him, or I can't get him to feel a certain type of way. So now I'm just not going to deal with him anymore. And I think that, you know, it's not a man's, while a man is logical and he's a leader, it is not for him to necessarily get your feelings together. You have to know how to manage your own feelings. Now he's going to come in and he's going to set the temperature, and he's going to, you know, make sure everything is running smoothly, but he's not going to be able to deal with someone who can't get their feelings together. And you're not going to be able to deal with someone who is able to think clearly, because you're so used to chaos. So I think that women are afraid of actually losing, you know, they blame their feelings on a lot of things. And when a man comes in, he's able to think clearly. And he's like, no, that's not going to fly. Like we're not doing that in here. And a woman is just like, she's just so used to doing it. She's just so used to getting away with her feelings, going off, having temper tantrums, controlling, you know, the weaker men. I think that Trev said they get men who they're emotional too. So both their emotions are just flying back and forth. But when you get with a man who's like, no, that's not going to fly in here, that's when a woman gets scared, because she thinks she's losing her agency. And it's like, no, you're actually getting with someone who's saying, we need to look good as a unit. So if you flying off the handle and you going crazy, you don't know how to handle your emotions, I don't want you.
Can you say that part again about agency? And can you elaborate? That is profound.
She doesn't feel like she has agency over her emotions, because someone else is helping her regulate them. I think a man is there to help you regulate those emotions, but he's not there to, you know, say, hey, look, when this happens, you shouldn't raise your voice, or you shouldn't, you know, go off. Like Saida said, her husband didn't have to say anything. He just put his hand. And if she didn't have regulations of her emotions, she would have pushed his hand, disciplined the child. Then there would have been a scene at the pool. Then they would have went back to the house. It would have still probably been dragged out from there, because you're not learning how to control your emotions. But when you're with someone who can kindly do a gesture and you get the point, and you don't have to raise your voice at them or say, what are you doing? You know that you're able to work in unison. If your man is able to just do a gesture and you straighten up, that's what he wants. He doesn't want someone that's going to come back and combat him, and that's going to say, well, what are you talking about? Who's going to challenge his authority? Because all control is saying, I got this. You don't have to worry about it. But you keep worrying about it. So now you're making me feel like, you know, you don't trust that I got this.
Right.
So I wanted to say something, and I think where the misunderstanding is, I think is the difference between a man that is in control, which I agree with you on the first place, Mr. Legault, when you said a man is in control. I agree with that. But a man that is in control versus a controlling man is different. So the way that you said it, I heard, or the way that I understood when you said it at first, is that a man had to control a woman to get her into marriage. You have to have certain control over her to get her into marriage, like telling her what to do, how to behave in certain things. So that's kind of how I took it. And it's like, if you don't like the behavior of this woman, why are you even with her? Why are you trying to get her?
Okay, hold on, Paris.
Let me finish
Let me just say one thing before Paris starts.
Let me finish.
You're right, Saida, and you should have been able to finish. That's very unfortunate.
No, go ahead.
So I've heard before, like, men trying to say, I don't like the way she dresses, or I don't want my woman to dress in a certain way. But you still go out with this woman at first without telling her in a nice way that her style is not something that you actually like. You know, there's ways to let a woman know, and then if she's really like you, she will actually want to change her, you know, clothing or wardrobe for you. But if she doesn't, if she thinks and she takes it as you're trying to control her, then she's an immature woman, because she doesn't accept criticism in a, you know, she doesn't take it the right way. But I'm saying that's the difference between having control and controlling somebody, or trying to control.
This is the problem. Women, and this is for the audience also, it's very important for women to be aware of how often they interpret words instead of hearing words. And this ain't about you. This is about the audience, because women just do this, because you just made that declaration right there. Women hear a word control and hear controlling man, right? So altogether, we have to be open to other interpretations and not just ours, and just hear the person out. Because I always say women don't listen, they interpret. And the reason why women tend to interpret so much is because they have this addiction to certainty. So they need to know, hold on, what do you mean by that? Instead of just hearing it, you're afraid of what a person might say that, you know, might be crazy, instead of just hearing the person. Go ahead, Paris.
So this is the only reason why I'm giving pushback to this, right? Because if we had not been talking about this word like right now in this particular sector, I would actually be on the women's side. The reason why I'm not on your side is because the actual definition of control is the power of influence. So even when Mr. Lego mentioned like women wanting to control or the need to control their man, Sayeda brought up a good point again. You talked about clothes. But what we also see is that a lot of times, especially in the stay-at-home woman aspect, the woman is taking care of her man wardrobe. We get a lot of times when women are quote-unquote upgrading their man, right? The issue becomes a situation where it's a woman being told, you look slutty, you look trashy, and you thought he was attracted to it, and so he's asking you to make this compromise, and you're like, no, you like this at first. You're not open to the change. But again, we see all the time where it's a common norm for women to dress their man, and there's no problem with that. But that is an influence, right? I influence how you look. I influence you dressing. You see even now, like the whole little travel trips, right? The women are basically getting their husbands to color code match with them. Or back in the 90s, I remember when they used to have a little jean jumpsuits together. Like that was like, you know, women picking it out for their man to look like their man. You know, it's just like very much so a common thing where couples look like each other and the woman has the influence, right? So when you're talking about the word control, again, it's a negative connotation that's being perceived here, because in actuality, the type of woman that I am, very much so traditional minded, I do want a controlling man. I want him to have dominance over me. I want to have dominion over me. I want him to be able to be a leader. I want him to be able to provide guidance. I want him to be able to influence me. That's the only way the relationship is going to work. All of those things are synonyms. All of those things we look at as positives in a relationship. The word itself has a negative connotation because people have taken it, they beaten it down, and they made it to where it no longer fits the description of what relationships should be, but you're literally applying those applications all the time. For me, rather, right, I also want to have influence over my man. Because why is he the smartest person, and why is he the only person with input on things? He needs to be able to see life from a different perspective. That's the only way we're going to be able to elevate. And I just saw this woman who was a stay-at-home mom, and she was like, the way that she was able to get to her status was by investing into her man. Is that not influence?
Can I
So you're using the noun version and not the verb version of it. So you have to understand that when you say you want a controlling man, you're saying that you want him to determine your behavior, and she's telling you that she does not want a man like
regulate.
But
Not
I'm
determine.
saying I do, because the noun version will also correlate. Like verb is action, babe, right? But
Exactly.
before you get to,
so you have to be actively controlling their behavior, right?
But you have to actively be being influencing somebody's behavior as well, right? So regardless of you have to apply both, right? All of these things are still under the umbrella. Yes,
That's the point. That's the point that she is trying to make, that you do not have to apply both. That's the point.
Yes, you do. You actually do. If you're talking about control, if you're talking about the dynamic of control, you're saying, hey, I want this type of man. I want somebody who's going to honor me, who's going to protect me, who's going to this. If you're saying yourself, you want a man who to protect you, you are controlling. Because now you're saying the verbiage of it, the verb portion of it, the action is you want to influence him to be aggressive on command.
No.
Let me say this, Fanny say
She
Allen
said
girl.
want to protect
hold on.
you.
Hold on, I want
You
to give
couldn't
you
even wait. No, let us have this conversation, please, sir.
Hold up. One
Okay,
mic.
go
Can you
ahead.
give us a second?
Okay.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, and I understand that you believe that that's okay. I'm just explaining to you that not everyone believes that. So I do not believe that anyone is actively in control of anyone except for themselves. People feel like they have control over people's behaviors. People also believe they have control over their children's behaviors. However, they show you every day that you cannot control their behaviors. So you can use the noun version if you would like. However, you actively having control over another person, impossible. Stop looking for it. It's not out there. It's not.
Let me
And
give you an
all
example.
these men that are top tier, high level, they can't find that either. So it's not you. It just doesn't exist.
Let me give you an example. All right. This is an
I have
example
a
of me.
question. I've been sitting here waiting.
This
too.
is an example
Oh,
of
yeah,
me
please,
controlling a woman, and because I controlled her, she controls me. She understands how vigilant I am when we're out. I'm very protective of my woman when we're out, right? We head into a strip club. I taught her how to be vigilant, because I'm so vigilant around me, right? We pull up and I'm handing the valet guy my key. She looks up and sees something that I don't see. Instantly like, grab the keys back. Grab the keys. Snatch the key back. She gets back in the car. I get back in the car. What's going on? I just seen a security guard running around. There's something going on inside. I'm like, okay, cool. We just drove away. I ain't asked no questions.
One
All
statement,
right, real quick,
right?
real
One
quick.
statement, and I'm gonna be done with this. Hey,
Yep.
just because you're saying human behavior is unpredictable does not mean humans don't implement control over other humans. You do control your children. You do control your spouses.
All right,
Y'all are
Sweeney.
You
traumatized by the
influence your
word
Sweeney,
children.
hold on, y'all.
Crazy.
Influence is not the same as
Hold on, y'all.
control.
We're gonna put
You
this one
will
to
learn
bed.
that when you are a
Traumatized by the
parent.
word
Hold up.
control.
We're
It's
gonna
just
get
sad.
Sweeney's full response on the topic, and then Lucky had a question. Go ahead,
Sweeney
Sweeney.
looks so sad.
No, go ahead, Lucky.
I like to listen and then kind of see where everyone is on understanding, because I'm listening to control and then I'm just like, okay, I get what Sayed is saying. If you're married to somebody, we talking about marriage, what are reasons why you would have to actively control her behavior unless you do not trust her to behave in the reflection of you when you're not around? I also want to know, if you have to actively control her behavior and be controlling, is that synonymous with, okay, if a man needs you to take a picture of yourself before you go outside, is he controlling? Or and women should be okay with that level of where a lot of men could be when they start to operate in control based on insecurities, or based on the fact that they just want to make sure everything is running the way that they want to, right? Nothing wrong with that. That's how you like it. I'm trying to figure out, when does it become unhealthy to try to monitor someone's behavior? And that maybe that's the reason why the word is a problem for women, because it's synonymous with definitions that seem like, I'm your parole officer and you need to check in with every single thing, or off with your damn head. There's a healthy way. You shouldn't have to monitor somebody you're with. If you married her, shouldn't you trust her to be a reflection of you? That's why you chose her, right?
2 words.
I mean,
Too
it's
much.
coming from the same
That's it.
people
Too
that
much.
say, "Hey,
Too much
if you don't
control is too much
all
control.
the time, then if you can go 24 hours without texting me, then you just might as well stop talking to me." Here's the thing, right? We so hung up on words, and even without me being a parent, I don't have to be a parent in order to understand. Influence is not necessarily the same thing as control. It's in the definition of control, and it is a synonym to control, even though it's not the equivalent of control. I also named dominance, guidance, authority. I named all of these other things. The power of influence is the noun version of control. So regardless of how the feelings are being perpetuated about the conversation, you're still operating under the guise of control. You have some control over the situation. Your partner has certain points of control over the situation. And just because human behavior is unpredictable, just because a person doesn't necessarily abide to all of the things that you set in place, or all of the things that you foresee for them, does not mean that you don't operate under a contingency of control.
I'm trying to figure, that's not even I didn't say anything about influence or have a feeling.
Oh, it wasn't you.
That's what she keeps trying to use
Oh,
as a
okay.
synonym. But she keeps
No,
trying to use it as a synonym
I'm
for controlling somebody, and we're trying to explain to her it's not.
I've
You don't
seen
have to explain
relationships
anything.
where
One mic.
the male is
Control
the
yourself.
controlling force. Like, you ever have those houses where the grandfather don't really
Like
have to say
we
too
all
much?
have to.
There's kind of an order that's already set that this is his standard. He shouldn't have to check back with the order.
Well, I would also say, let me see. With the controlling man thing, do you not think men have new forces to deal with against their own authority?
Right.
In society, meaning they got to fight social media. They have to fight the opinion of her homegirls and all of that.
Household is what you do in your household. I think they're fighting the fact of having to explain why this is their standard. I think that's your own personal issue if you have to explain to people who don't actively be under your control as to why the people under your control is under your control. F with whoever outside of your house has got a saying. But if the people in your house are saying, okay, if he's saying this is my rule, she has a choice to follow it. I don't think he should have to make her or monitor her to follow it. If she's going to do it,
I don't think,
because you don't have control, it's influence.
I don't think it's, every other day you have to say something or, reiterate, you're the leader or whatever. However, seasons change. All right. And when seasons change, we got to gain control back from just the elements of the season.
Tracy.
So we have to be able to realize that although that, women are following men and they're under the man's control, I think if you've never seen it, you're going to think that control is this bad thing.
Right.
We're married and my dad was the head of household. He was in control. And anything that happened out, there was nothing that happened outside of his realm of control. That doesn't mean my mom was underneath of, his fist and she couldn't do anything and shit. But there was order. And I think that women don't want to be under order. They just want to go wild. They want to do whatever they want to do. And they want to say whatever they want to say. And, they don't want the man to, question them or challenge them on those things.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's
you
like
can be under order.
And that was my point. That was exactly my point, Precious. You actually worded it perfectly. Because my point was that if a woman is a good woman and he picks the right woman without having to control her, she is that woman. She doesn't need to feel like she's
I got a question.
Either gonna get it or they not, Taida.
We gotta get Sweeney. We gotta get Sweeney in there.
I never felt like my dad needed the reassurance. We already know he's the man of the house. We already that's automatically
your mother.
It's
He
like
doesn't
need give me my control. That's not what it is, and that was
hold on.
When
go ahead. And then we gotta get Sweeney.
I'm not saying that my mom was perfect. There are still times where it's just like, hey, look, we gotta get back to the order. You know what I mean? You might have spent too much this week. You might have, gone, too many places. You may have stayed out a little bit too late, and not late, but it's like, hey, you said you was gonna be home about, 20, 30 minutes ago. You okay? What's going on? Like, as humans, you always have to regain the order. Now, if you have to regain it too much with the woman, then she doesn't really want to be underneath of your covering. But you can't say that, people aren't going to have to be straightened out every once and again. It's just, the man is always going to have order in a home. And when he sees that order is not being followed or is not going the right way, he's going to steer it back in the right direction. Doesn't mean he's going to scold you, beat you, put you out in the rain. It just means he's going to add a little bit of correction. And that's good for everyone. It's good for everyone.
Can I say this? Can I say this real quick? I haven't said nothing real quick.
I'm sorry, Israel.
Go ahead, Israel.
Can I add this real quick? Yo, so just real fast. Think about this. Like, a lot of people, they get this control thing and it gets all blown out of whack. Do you know that a cruise ship, in order for it to get to its destination, that it has to course correct hundreds, if not thousands of times in order to get from one place to another? An airplane, anything, and even automobiles. But what happens is, along the journey of life or along the journey of wherever you're going, there are a lot of little nuances and changes and a lot of little things, subtle here, subtle there. And if you do not bring those things into subjection, a little bit upon a little bit upon a little bit becomes a big thing after a while. So there has to be some sort of checks and balances. There has to be some sort of operation in which you check in and you get instruction, direction, so that you can know where you're going. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. All right, take us out on this one, Sweeney, with your response.
Actually, funny thing is, Izzy just stole my point, man. So
my bad.
No, it's all good. I'm
bad,
glad
man.
you said it, because I was gonna. You said it perfectly, because when Saida described what her husband did, that's literally what he did. That was a form of control. It was a little check to be like, hey, chill. Like, obviously, he didn't have to rah-rah to you to chill. Some women, some men do have to rah-rah to they want, like, just go sit your ass down somewhere before you cause a problem out here. But your husband, that's still a form of control. He had to stop you. And could you have thrown his arm to the side and said, fuck you, I'm gonna beat her ass anyway? Yeah. But then that would have came with more problems than it actually than him just telling you.
So she controlled herself.
She did
after he influenced her to stop. Do you guys understand that? You have to control yourself.
Fantasy.
You could have absolutely
Wait, Fantasy. The moment he stuck his arm up and stopped her, that was a form of
control.
Soon as he stuck his arm out and stopped her, he didn't do it. If he wouldn't have done nothing, then she would have got up and did something. And then stopped herself, then that would be her controlling herself. She was
putting your arm in front of somebody, not controlling them. Fantasy Island girl
no, he did not control her.
Stop.
He influenced her to stop. When he controls her, he forces her to not do what she wants to do. She chose not to do. She chose not to do. We just heard what y'all wanted to say. Y'all all agree. So listen to what I have to say. She chose to do what he wanted her to do.
Stop.
They came in agreement in that instant that, hey, I wasn't even on that, so we agreed that I'm not going to do this. She controlled herself.
We're moving to the next topic.
All right, hold on, wait, Mr. Lego. I got the perfect analogy for this. So you come up to a stoplight and the stoplight tells you to stop. The stoplight cuts on and says stop. If you decide to stop, does that mean you control yourself, or did the stoplight tell you to stop?
Yes, I controlled myself. People run stoplights all the time. Okay. You choose to stop or you do not. You do not control people. You have control of yourself. What don't you understand? Rules are broken every day because you cannot make people. They either choose to follow the rules or they do not. What don't you understand?
You choose to respect. Go ahead. You choose to respect the control of the person.
It's still control,
and
though.
You're allowing. I never said.
Agree to disagree.
I never disagree with the control part. I never disagree with that. That was exactly my point.
So
if it is the right person,
this is ironic. Hold on. This is ironic that a high-ranking member of the military doesn't understand what control.
Do you understand that you do not control junior soldiers? Do you understand that you have influence over them? But so when they go out, on the weekend and they F up, it was because you controlled that, right? Because you control everything they do, right?
But I control
because they know the rules, right?
I control the consequences.
Thank you, sir. You know what
they stay in my Navy or not.
You control the consequences after they have broken the rules and chosen not to be under your control that you don't have.
So are the rules?
I've been in the military for 11 years. I know how much you don't control soldiers.
Trigger Mike, I just want to say this one thing and we can go to the next subject. For Lucky, you had a question about what is control and what is too much or whatever, right? Micromanagement is too much control.
I was just deciphering control and controlling. I was saying
controlling. That's what I'm saying. So micromanagement is controlling. Control is simple, like stop.
Order that's just what it is.
Just
like you said, my girl can go on girls trips, right?
She be quiet. So
no, I was obviously disagreeing with Paris because she said she wants her man to be controlling, and I said there's a difference. I need you to understand that.
But when I tell you,
you don't understand. But now she does.
So now we can go to the next topic. Be quiet.
All right, let's go to the next one. All right. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We are
You
well
be
into
talking
the.
crazy. I don't even be saying unto you, lady.
I didn't talk crazy to you at all.
I see
Paris
nothing's
is
changed.
mad-
Nothing's
He's
changed, Trigger
arguing
Mike.
with me,
Nothing.
Paris.
All right, let me get to these super chats, y'all.
Look, Paris
See
just
the
wants somebody to
smile.
Don't
argue
get
with her.
triggered. I didn't say anything
Trigger
negative to you.
represented
Nobody said nothing to you,
yesterday's news.
Paris.
Relax.
Stop.
Where was I yesterday? Oh,
Hold
this
on,
might be
Paris
this
just wanna
show.
Trigger Mike, Trigger Mike.
Oh God.
Trigger Mike. I
You
got
could fix
something
your
there.
face.
Hold on, wait. I'm
Please
about to
don't
throw.
trigger
I'm about
them
to
to start arguing
All right,
again.
hold on.
I'm not
Go ahead.
Mr. Lego. I'm about to poke. I'm about to throw a monkey wrench in everything we just said. Then there's no such thing as a
Fantasy
controlling
Island
man,
gonna go
according to
crazy
Fantasy
again.
Island. There's
Yep.
no such thing as a controlling
Yep.
man.
No,
because
unless he is actively forcing you not to do something, he's not controlling you. You are choosing to stay there. You are choosing to stay there. He does not have control over you. He can attempt to control you. That is somebody that we call controlling, somebody that is always trying to control somebody. But you either choose to listen to him or you do not.
All right. So by your logic alone, we should probably get 25% of convicted felons out of jail tomorrow. Because their convictions don't matter because the woman obviously
Woman, what? What are you talking about? Like,
I
what
mean,
is?
if
Where are
men
you
cannot-
going with this
if men
at
cannot
all? Like, where is this
control
going?
without your consent,
Where did it come
then
from? Where is
the
it
prison
going?
population should be reduced.
Can we just go to the next topic? This is going
Please.
Please.
My man DeQuinn, $2. Support the channel. In-depth conversations. Appreciate that. James, PA, $5. Trauma builds character, whether it's good or bad. It is your choice how you respond to it.
Paris just dug up
Everyday
a nose.
psychology, $5. MLG have many conflicts. Did you experience, or how many conflicts did you experience before you ran out on your wife? Goddamn.
Whoa, wait. What? How many?
You don't have to answer that, Mr. Let Go.
Goddamn.
Oh no.
All right, move it on.
Emotional damage. What's a
Michael
therapy?
Newell, $5. Mike, what's going on with King Talk? It's turning soft. These women calling in. It's King Talk. I'll talk to the big guy. Something new. All right. Andre Dale, $5. Nothing grows in comfortability. Be comfortable being uncomfortable. Tests will reveal and grow you if one desires to change your perspectives.
As long as you know how to sit down.
Get Perking, $5. Men understand that some women use manipulation, but a lot of women get triggered by the word control, yet they want a dominant man. Don't go off Cam Fantasy. They were talking to your ass.
Cam. What?
All right, BZ, former
My
baby
man
daddy,
is
$10.
very dominant.
He is not. He's
That
not.
means
Very
you know what?
dominant.
I promise you.
Very
he's not.
dominant.
He is not.
All
He
right.
doesn't have to
BZ.
control me either.
He is not.
BZ
he just let
says
you do what you
Paris
wanna do.
is
That's
right
not
again.
dominant.
Control you.
I
All the
happily do
traits
what he
you want
says.
in a man,
Yeah,
strong,
you know.
masculine leader, alpha, whatever. I have never met a man I respected with those traits that wasn't controlling in some way. I'll wait. That is true. You cannot protect what you cannot control.
Control.
All right, skip Perking, $11,
You freaking
$2.
children.
Paris is on fire
No
tonight.
protection.
All right, Joe Thomas, $5. Fantasy. Aren't people in the military controlled? That's what I said.
They control themselves. They practice discipline.
All right,
That's what they
all right.
teach you.
Okay.
There's
All
a
right.
whole lot of
Attention
checks
on
and
deck.
balances.
And
Stay at the
discipline
line.
and control.
Okay. Attention on deck.
Of yourself. Oh my
Okay,
God,
never
you're
mind.
so
Never mind.
dense.
Dub
Okay,
Will,
so
$5.
Dub Will says you can't take Fig opinions serious. She's the same person that says that if a dude gives head and doesn't like it after the fact, he is not gay. And I stand on that.
Ain't no way you said that in real life.
What?
No way.
Hold on,
I stand
what?
on that.
Ooh, what?
There's no
what?
way you said that in real life.
I stand on
Wait,
it.
whoa,
Yo,
what?
Not only did I say it,
Don't
I
get caught
stand
up
on
on
it.
that shit. Do not get caught up on Fantasy's foolishness.
Yo,
Don't get caught up
Do
because
not
it's
get
not
caught up on her
foolishness.
foolishness.
It's very clear.
Keep it moving.
Either you want to understand or you don't, but there's no
What
reason to get
happened,
caught up
All
at
right,
all.
finish
I stand
reading,
on it.
Fantasy.
You
What
gotta
was
like
that?
it to make
Keep it moving.
Nassim says
Keep it moving.
Sweeney bodied her with that question.
Damn, he
didn't.
talk about you too. That's crazy.
He's talking about
Except
you.
All right, go ahead. Keep going.
BZ says, this is the reason it is so easy for players to finesse you out of your panties. You mean all I have to do is choose nice words and you'll let me hit, control, guide, influence, manipulate are synonymous.
I'm gonna send that man his money back.
Balls. All we got to do is change the words around. We all up in that ass. Y'all ain't got no damn sense. Just sad.
Big Ant says,
Oh no.
Trigger Mike, I didn't know that I had no commander or admiral in the Navy. I wish someone would have told me.
Because we control.
I knew.
Did your commander control what your people in the Navy were doing?
How about
were people
this?
getting in trouble that were under his control? Was he controlling all those people? You guys have to stop it.
No, you
people
gotta
choose
stop
to follow the rules or they do not. A lot of soldiers are getting kicked out for not following the rules. They know what they are very clearly.
That's a
You do
form
not
of
have
control.
control. You either
The
choose
rules
to
are
do the right
control.
thing or you do not.
The
All right, so hold
consequences
on,
are
wait.
control.
So wait.
Not people.
Hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Somebody happened.
So
Exactly.
All right, one
No
mic,
one's
one mic.
forcing you.
consequence. So if the
What's about to
consequence
happen?
is, I'm gonna go upside your head if you don't do what I tell you to do, and she elects to not do it. I mean, she elects to follow his rule because he said I might go upside your head. Is he still controlling? Because he can't control what she does. She can do whatever she wants. There's no such thing as a controlling man because there is nothing a man can do. I don't care if he put the fear of God in her. You cannot control a woman because it's her choice, right? Just like in the military.
You can't even instill the fear of God in her depending on the woman, right?
They could threaten you with disbarment. They could threaten you with what is that? What is that called when they kick you out the military under bad circumstances?
Separation.
Dishonorable discharge. They could threaten to throw you in jail. They could do all of that. None of those are forms of control.
That's the stuff that comes out of a
No.
woman. What y'all talking about?
Here's the thing.
Those are consequences for your
All right, go ahead, Paris.
actions.
Go ahead, Paris,
You know
then we're
what's
moving on.
funny? The other part of the noun version of that definition was or direct people's behavior or the course of events, which correlates directly to the part of the verb, which it says determine the behavior or supervise the running of. They're literally the same. Okay.
Same
What
damn
we're
thing.
trying to explain to you is
We're
you do not have
Don't
to do
explain
that.
anything to me.
You do not
Don't
have to
explain
do
nothing.
that. You do
Don't
not have to
explain
do that.
nothing.
What don't you understand? It's
control
very
the
clear
topic.
English.
Just control the
Lucky.
topic. Can we control
Right.
this topic?
Yeah,
Right.
let's do
So we
it.
go to the
All right,
next
one
one.
last.
Okay.
And look,
Shit.
I do have to make a statement though. Something that nobody can gain. The stop it from Mr. Let Go has never controlled anybody, not once in life. That hasn't worked. So
Never.
I
That's what
I agree with you,
Nice
Fantasy
and
Island.
quiet.
And
When
if
did he
he's
say
yelling
that?
stop it,
Fantasy
no.
Island
Shut the
is
hell
sitting there
up.
nice
Hey,
and quiet
Paris,
because I
It has
told
never
her to be
worked.
quiet.
That's it.
All right,
It's
Fantasy,
crazy.
He's
we
never
got
been
two
able
more.
to control like he thinks, and that's why.
Talking about.
Let me shut up.
All right, Fantasy, we got two
Be
more super
quiet.
chats real
Exactly.
quick. Then we get into the topic.
So, practitioner says, just as God gave you the free will to choose, I chose to obey my father's rules because I feared the consequences. Semantics, but people act like they don't understand those semantics.
Wow.
That's why we're trying to explain.
You
Joe
got a
Thompson
friend.
says,
Congratulations.
does the military control OnlyFans pages of service members? The military actually doesn't advocate for OnlyFans pages, and that's why I had to get rid of mine.
Shots fired. Shots
Hey,
fired.
you
Hey,
gracefully
God.
answered that.
When you be talking about
I'm
I'm just
sorry.
telling him the truth.
you don't be
Big Ant
controlling.
says, Fantasy, you may not be the slowest person in the world, but until that person gets here, hold it down, girl.
Yo,
Thank you for your support, Big Ant.
yo, Big Ant, you on one, bro. Big Ant, you are on one. That shit. I'm
Thank
gonna
you
use
for your
that.
support,
You gotta
Big
laugh
Ant.
at that.
All right.
You
If
got-
you
that was a
just
hell of a
tuned in,
joke.
welcome to
Yo,
Lapeef
she's
Let's Talk.
acting slow, y'all. She's very
You're
smart.
acting
Yeah,
slow. They
she's
just
very
explained to you
smart.
the semantics of it,
so-
and you
Fantasy
still
Island
don't
girl be
understand. So
acting slow.
who's slow here?
I know
All
you're
right,
not.
so let's
You.
get to the next
Wait,
one.
did she just say slower?
I said,
All
who's
right, let's
slow
get into the
here?
next one. All right.
Oh, I thought it said slower.
God,
So
you
the
guys
next-
need to listen.
Hold up real
She's
quick,
slow.
y'all. Let's get into the next one. Let's chop it up.
POP, own it
So this
down.
next one is talking about the rise in bisexuality in women. All right, we got a video for it. Hold on.
Rise in bisexuality in women is predominantly from exposure to porn. What I find really difficult about pornography and really disempowering is the majority of the time that women are watching it, they're doing it for their partner's pleasure, very limited for their own. So they're watching girl on girl and they're watching things on that and they're engaging on that behavior. So they're almost catering to the male gaze in a way that's helping them lose their own identity. They're signing up for degradation. They're signing up for confused sexual identity. They're signing up for a society that only caters to male sexual gratification. So I find it more bizarre that women watch porn.
Can we? Oh my God! Can somebody
What?
Can somebody please deplatform this woman already?
Yeah,
Somebody
she don't know
please-
what the hell she's
Somebody-
talking about.
But why did
So-
she blame the
Sweetie,
women? Why
hold
did
up.
she blame the men
for
That's what
women
I'm trying to
choosing to
figure out.
watch porn.
Nigga, what?
I thought
Because
maybe
no man
okay.
ever made me watch porn when I used to watch it.
You know
Hold
what's
on, because
crazy
I
though?
I don't
thought
know too many men that watch porn with their women.
Women's number
That's
one
not what
search
she's
in
saying,
porn is
Fantasy
bisexual
Raylan. That's not
porn,
what she's
and it's
saying.
on their own person. So for
She
her to
is
say,
confused.
well, lesbian porn, the number one search for women is girl on girl, and
It's girl on girl.
that's not saying that when they're watching it, it's a male counterpart around or a male that told them like, no, this is like women of all demographics. What they choose to see is women on women. They're attracted to it. They're turned on by
and
it.
beastly
It
stuff.
has
They
nothing
like
to do with
beastly stuff
men.
too.
Women are choosing
Okay.
to be gay. It
I
ain't got nothing to do
I thought I was the only one that thought that was cap when I got it. But
I don't know
Sweeney,
if
we gonna
it's
start
that
with
they
you.
watch
Well,
lesbian
let's go in
porn.
order. Let's go in order. All right, Sweeney, we're gonna start with you. What are your thoughts on that? The rise in bisexuality of women, according to the video.
Fuck this lady, man.
Bro,
Wow, let's attack the points and not this
I
poor
can
lady you
attack
do
whatever
not
I
know.
want to attack because you can't
No, for
control
real,
me.
forget that
Not
lady.
this poor. I said let us. You can choose not to. Look at you.
She makes
Yeah.
she makes a lot of dumb points. I'm not gonna lie. This is like the seventh.
But why do
video
JR
I've been
always
seeing.
pick
she's the
her?
worst.
Nobody on the planet
Golly, I'm
pays
sick of
attention
this
to what this
lady.
woman
Look
talking
at
about.
how
except for
her
JR.
words got everybody in a tizzy. I think that's why he chose
Look
her.
how mad y'all are. Focus.
Yeah, we
We're
can't.
not mad. We're smiling and laughing.
Fuck her. Oh, that's so loving.
He said it
Just
with a
kidding.
smile.
Just
Well,
kidding.
it actually is loving with context. I'm
Right.
just saying.
Fuck
It is.
her. You know what I mean? Like,
All right, let's
you know,
go, Sweeney. Go ahead.
Yes.
But no,
Okay,
seriously
Sweeney.
though, like, how is it that it's always our fault, fellas? Somehow she made women watching girl on girl
Our
something
fault.
that men did. We did that to them. This shit.
And everybody looks at porn on their phones now. So who the hell is sitting there looking at somebody else's phone with them?
He's standing over here like, ooh.
yourself, sir.
He's standing over there like, you better watch
If you're
that girl
watching
on
this
girl.
together,
how
it's
you
on the
watch your
TV,
porn on
just
the
so you're
phone?
aware.
You must got yours bookmarked.
That's how you watch your porn on the phone, Mr. Lego.
If you're watching it together, it's on the TV.
Why? How else do you look at porn? I don't know.
Oh, you
I don't watch. I don't watch.
You put it
porn,
on
so
the
I wouldn't know.
TV.
I don't
Hey,
look
look.
at porn enough to just sit there and put it on the TV. Like
I just
I
found
don't
out,
letting you
honestly,
know.
I just found out.
Well,
that
that's
you can
how it
provide-
originated.
Right?
But yeah, see,
All right.
we used to look at porn with our women when it was VCR tape.
Yeah, we
Now
acted like
they're
it's
on
strange. And DVD too. It's been like that for a while.
DVDs
It's
and all
pretty
that stuff,
popular
yeah, but-
to watch it on a big screen. That's how it always went down. Like it's not
All right,
peculiar to
But
watch it
who
on the
actually went and
TV
got
screen.
the DVDs? Porn was. I never got a DVD of porn.
How do you usually get your?
Because you
porn,
were probably
Mr.
a
Lego?
baby.
Yo,
How old are you?
I'm sorry. I just heard the biggest lie of the night. I mean,
I'm a
MLG,
millennial.
you a goddamn
Yeah.
liar.
You
How
bought
do
the
you
sex
usually
tape,
get
you
your
bought the
porn?
Kim K.
How do you?
Actually, porn started as a magazine, not as a DVD. It started as a
Down
magazine.
up in the Radio Shack.
You had the
We're
damn.
talking about
what's
watching.
that
We're
book?
talking about
He
watching.
had
She
that book.
mentioned watching.
You had this started as a magazine, but I don't know if it's me,
I'm a
guys. The
millennial,
way
so
I'm
I don't really know
understanding
what they
this,
used to do.
so the way
Go
I'm
ahead, Sider.
understanding this video is that she's, well, at least that's the way I'm getting it, that women started watching it, or they're watching it because that's what men made us think
Men
that
want.
they like. It's not like women are engaging in this behavior because they think that men like that. That's the way I'm understanding
Is
it.
that
Yeah, but I'm saying, why does she think that? Why is she putting that out there like
Is
that?
that the reason why women wear eyelashes and hair weaves and all this other
No,
stuff?
but that's the
No, it's
reason
not.
why women suck your penis.
No, but it's not.
No
Women
woman
have
said,
never-
you
wait,
know what?
hold on.
I want to
Women
do
have
this.
never wait.
They do
Women
it because
have
you
never-
want
come on,
to-
let's-
you
wait,
want
wait,
to
hold
feel.
on. Hold on real quick.
Doing that,
Women
Fanny
have
Brown
never
girl.
viewed
I'm just
porn
They
in
love it.
order to perform for a man. It has
We don't
nothing
even
to
ask
do
I
with men.
agree with
It's
you.
their own gratification that they watch.
Yeah, and
Hold on.
I
I
agree
wanna
with
say
you.
this. Let me say
right?
this.
Like,
All right, one
Young
mic,
girl.
one mic.
Women love doing that to the point where you don't even have to ask for it no more. So I don't know what you talking about over there, but women love doing that.
That's such a lie. There's so many
Yes,
women
they
that
do.
still
They
do
love
not
it.
do that.
They love it. They love it.
Ladies, raise your hand if you
They love it.
enjoy doing it.
They love it. They love it.
I enjoy doing
Thank
it
you.
to my husband.
Thank you.
Now look at the rest.
Wow.
There
Thank
is
you.
no rest.
Thank you.
There is no
So
rest.
cut it
Wow.
out. Like I said, you think every woman wants to do that. A lot of them
They
do it
love
because
it
their man
too.
wants to.
They just ain't gonna raise their hand.
No, I'd say about 80%.
Are you kidding me?
To Saida's point,
I'd say about 80%.
It still boils down to the fact that she tried to draw the line back to men. Right, like, and it's just like even if that was how it started back in like the 1960s in the magazine, even if that's how it started, how are you saying that's the reason why women do it today?
So the reason why I think that, and I'm not saying I agree with her, she has a point. I respect her point. That's how it started. You just said it. Maybe that's how it started. Well, that's how it started. Nowadays, women kind of find their way to find pleasure in it too. But that doesn't mean that they hold on. That doesn't mean that they're not engaging in certain behaviors. For example, multiple people at the same time, because they think in their head, that's what this man wants, and I'm going to please him more than anything. Sometimes women don't want to do that. They just, I don't know, in my opinion. And sometimes I'd rather not, give an opinion, not because I don't do it or I don't like her, and I just simply don't want to have an opinion on this.
You know what? The women. Wait, real quick, sweetie. Hold on, Israel, real quick. You know what I find interesting? Women would talk about any and everything that they do for men besides the things that men ask for.
Exactly. Can I say this real quick?
Sweetie? Soon as a man, every time we ask for something, just like when Mr. Lego said, when somebody alluded to the fact of giving head. Motherfuckers ask for head all the time. You don't never hear, clear. You don't never hear women going out their way to be like, well, yes, you do. But my point is,
thank you. So pipe down. Why are you mad?
My point is it's just wild that when men, all the shit that we ask for, it's never, it's oh, you can't tell me what to do. I don't want to do it. We're not doing that. That's not how we getting down. But then when it comes to some bullshit like, oh, women watch porn. Why? Because of the man.
But can I add this though? Women that don't want to have menages don't have menages. Their favorite thing is, I'm strictly dickly. I only like dudes. I mean, come on, let's keep it a buck. Women that don't want to sleep with women, don't want to get with women, they don't do it. Let's just be honest.
Like, I don't understand. Come on, baby, please. It's gonna make her do it.
That's not true.
Exactly. She had to want to.
For women in general, that is true.
I wanted to say in regards to the whole dynamic of the video, I did receive it in the way that Saida broke it down. Like, she was basically saying that women do this for male validation. And I can absolutely say that that is a fallacy. Even when you talk about brothels, you talk about Lady of the Night, you talked about Jezebels, you talk about home wreckers. That's not a common thing for men to be in that light, or for you to say leaving money on the dresser, or if you talk about Playboy, you're talking about all of these other dynamics of where women have engaged in hypersexual behavior. It was for money. It was for because they wanted to, even when shame was present, right? Because some of these things that I'm talking about is way before we got the internet, even when shame was present. You would have some women who was just, they knew who the town whore was. They knew who house to go to at the late at night, and she was waiting on a John, et cetera, et cetera. They knew who the hall wrecker was. They always knew what woman would be ready to do something extra provocative aside from just laying there on her back. And so when you're talking about porn nowadays, the reality is that porn is more so marketed to men. Men are the ones who are paying for it, and they have always done it. Porn is 70% watched by white males. They're the ones who are funding the entire industry. But when you have women doing this, even when you can look at the OnlyFans mecca, most women will tell you, I didn't get into OnlyFans because men were looking at me. I got into it for the money. Or when you're watching them making this extreme content, they're in Walmart doing something extra sexual with each other. It's a lot of woman-on-woman action. Not only do women-on-women action make more money, but women-on-women action is something that other women actually want. They're desiring it. It's been a surge on average on other countries. About 7% of women are bisexual or identify as lesbian. In the United States, Black women alone have went up to 25%.
Shout out to women on women.
It's definitely something women want to do. I don't think it has anything to do with men. And even when you talk about the LGBTQ community, the lesbian part of it is such a huge factor, right? Like, you're seeing a lot of them talking about them being misandrous. You're seeing a lot of them talking about the fact that they don't want anything to do with men. They just want to be freaky. They like sex. And it ain't got nothing to do with men because they was going to have sex whether men was around or not. And they showing you, I'm going to sleep with a woman even if I don't sleep with you.
And it'd be Listen, it'd be exploration. It'd be exploration. They want to understand. They're curious about what it is. They want to feel what it's like. Some people just do it once. Some people keep doing it. They like it. It is what it is. I mean, you know, at the end of the day.
All right.
And
Let's
if men
let more ladies answer on this so we can respond to them. All right, because if we're talking about the rise of bisexuality in women, I want to hear some women's perspective, and the men are going to respond. Anybody who hasn't gone yet that's a lady, please do so.
I don't know. I think it's, you know, just like Paris said, you know, women are just as sexual as men. Some women may go to other women. Maybe they're just not getting pleased by men. Maybe they're just not having the orgasms that they wish to have. And they're able to do that by watching bisexual porn and being with a woman. You have to understand that being with a man and being with a woman are two different things. So women are way more passionate than men. Women, you know, can touch you in a way that men can't touch you, or caress you, or, you know, make you feel a certain type of way. So I think that the rise in bisexuality in women is due to the fact that a woman thinks that she's better off settling with another woman, which is totally not true. You're not better off settling with another woman. If you want to have sex with a woman, then that's one thing. But to be bisexual, that brings on a whole nother set of issues. So I just think that women are not wanting to just, you know, take that journey with men. And some of the reasons could be they're just not sexually being pleased by a man.
I just have one. Wait. I just got one question. How do women touch? How do women touch women? Well, I just have one question. I just have one question. It's on the topic. Is what she said. I had a question real quick.
I wanted to add to the point.
I had a question. She was talking the whole time.
I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying.
He literally said, "Talk."
All right, hold on, MLG. Hold on, MLG. Go ahead, Paris.
This is going to add context.
It's a woman talking, bro. Let her talk.
No, it's fine. I don't need. That's okay. I'm sorry. I just wanted to add context because I know he's going to ask a question, but this was just to elaborate on her point. We used to see a surge in around the 70s, 80s, and 90s when women had the feminist movement and the liberation of women getting more sexual. You know, when Cosmopolitan came out, when they had the slender figure and, you know, like red lipstick and red nails was the guise of promiscuous women. It used to be a heavy talk about women lacking sexual gratification and them not being pleased. And so a lot of times they, you know, got turned on. Even Monique mentioned it in her new comedy special about the desire of having another woman, because men do fulfill a certain gaze, but there was a more deep intimacy that they were looking for. The art of foreplay is done differently with women than it was with men. And so a lot of the bisexuality has absolutely come from women lacking a sexual gratification when it comes to men, because even if you look at women in terrible relationships, the sex is making it last. A lot of times they'll say they know they should have been gone. They know they should have been done with him. He's been a cheater, but it's been the sex that has been keeping them there because they know that they can't find it from another man that way.
I'm willing to compete.
Wait, hold on. I just had
hold on. Let's get Israel in there. And then,
I just had a simple question. I just wanted to ask Precious, the real Precious, like, what's the way that women touch? I'm curious because I've never heard this. What's the way?
Yeah, my ego couldn't take that one either. I ain't gonna.
It's not ego. I just want to know what's the way that women touch women that men can't. I'm just, if you could elaborate on that. I'm
can answer that.
Yo, why? I'm asking a woman. Why? Are you a woman?
Hey, this is a chance for us to get some in-depth female perspective. Because when she said that, I was like, Argh! So I want to know.
Well, y'all hands are rough, right? So a lot of men's hands are rough.
Start there.
Let's just start there. Okay, not Mike.
Do you agree, Fig? Do you agree? What the fuck?
I absolutely don't. My man's hands are not rough.
Wait, can let her finish.
And like,
stop. Go ahead.
And like Paris was saying, it's the sexual gratification, right? So when a man wants to have sex, y'all are more like microwaves. Pop it in, pop it out. You know what I mean? Women are ovens. So a woman knows that it's going to take a little bit more whispering behind your ear or touching you a certain way before you're actually ready to have a sexual act. So they're going to act in that way. Whereas a man, he might do a little touching, he might, do a little whispering, but after a while, he ready to go and he's going to go. So and more likely you'll see in bisexual woman on woman porn that it's a little bit more sensual, it's a little slower, there's a little bit more, whereas in other porn they add it. They're going, unless it's like a movie scene or whatever, them type of porn, them set up, where there's a scene and they're setting up a certain scenario. But
so men can't be passionate and can't take their time.
They're just
And
not.
it's
I'm
not.
hurt.
Hold on
I'm
real quick.
hurt.
Hold on real quick. And it's not more. I thought it was more when a man and a woman get together. It's more explosive than
right, and it should be. I'm not saying that it's not, but at the end of that, the woman may not come to a climax, whereas with a woman, she will.
Hold
Right.
on. I got,
You know what?
I got
Hold on.
something to say to
Let me
that.
make this statement. Because I said this on an episode of my show where I think I said it. I know women like sex as much as men, but I think that women actually crave intimacy.
Yes.
I said that.
Yes.
And they may be using sex as a means to get that. Am I right in saying that?
Wait, so why do you not? So you do not associate sex with intimacy? You disassociate the two?
That's not what I'm saying.
That's not what he's saying.
Okay,
I'm saying
because
that
when you're saying they're looking for intimacy and not sex,
it goes what Precious just said.
And it's not the same. Intimacy and sex is not the same.
I know, but you can find intimacy in sex.
Let me answer a question. Sometimes a guy, like I'm going by what Precious said, so I'm not answering for myself. It's kind of like the microwave thing. He pops in, boom, 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 boom. He nuts, and he's done. Is it some intimacy? A little bit, but the woman is going to lay with the woman afterwards. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a lot more intimacy to that, and a lot of more, rubbing and togetherness versus boom, 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 boom. All right, I'm going to go wipe myself
Even
off.
daily interaction.
Yeah, but men,
right.
don't you understand? Men give you that intimacy. So I would like to speak as a bisexual woman. I don't speak for all bisexual women, but I'd like to speak as one. So my bisexuality didn't come from my experience with men. It came from my experience with women at a young age. And I started out comfortable with sexuality, as in using your digits to please yourself and please others, before I learned about men being able to please you sexually. So I was attracted to women. I found that I was also attracted to men. And when I was deciding which one I would rather be with, it was based off of the connection that I had with the two genders versus the roles that society has for the two genders. I chose to be the submissive wife instead of the lesbian partner. And I chose that because I am actually more physically attracted to women, but the overall package, I prefer a man. Like when I see women, it's very hard for me not to get that excitement instantly. But something about a confident, attractive man doing what he's supposed to do, he has me, period. So it was like, okay, you have to make a choice here. And that's why I chose a man. And some women have that opposite effect.
I would like to speak as a lesbian. Can I do that?
Shut up, Lego. Paris, let's get all the
I didn't
women
know
in
he
there.
was
Paris,
trans.
then Lucky.
I gotta be respectful.
Okay, so there is a such thing as just women sexualizing women. There is a such thing as women not wanting a intimate partnership with other women. They just sexualize women the same way other women do. And so that attraction, that she fine as hell. I have this Jones in my bones for her, but I would never be with a woman. I would never be in a relationship with her. That's exactly what that is. And then when you're talking about intimacy and sex, right? There is even something that is actually a new term, but it's not a new thing. It's just a new term called aftercare sex. And a lot of women are learning that is something that they desire. I'm going to go into it. A lot of women are learning that is something they desire. So it's like when you have that build up of foreplay and it gets you to your climax, instead of us, like, we don't respond the way you guys respond. Y'all, bam, 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 get up. Hey, post-nut clarity, life go on. A lot of times it takes for us to calm down, and it takes longer too, because we still have that Jones in our bones, which a lot of women can go longer than what they're letting on. A lot of women can actually have sex a lot longer. And I told y'all this once before. Women think with their pants the same way y'all do. For some reason, people don't believe it. But when you get to talk about Pookies and Ray Rays, you get to see the difference when you talk about she got 6 or 7 baby daddies. But women actually do, we think, with our pants too. So there's something in after sex care, where it's helping the woman to calm down off of that high from her having that sexual experience. Because here's another thing: women are not experiencing actual orgasms. They're coming. They're not experiencing an orgasm. And so a lot of women are having this interaction with women because they're saying, this is giving me a different experience. This is giving me a different high. This is giving me a different elevation, because other women are discovering their own body and other women's body. Now, I can't tell you what that feels like because I'm not one of them women, but I do have bisexual friends and I have gay friends, and it's really no big deal to me what they want to do with each other. But a lot of these nuances are coming up with women going over to dealing with women because of them wanting that. I'm gonna be honest. To me, it comes off as extra promiscuous sex without attachment, sex with it. They just got a Jones in their bones, and they don't really care about it. And you see it even in the behaviors of the whole girl-on-girl action now. It's just like a common thing. A lot of women are having sex with their women friends.
Yep.
All right.
And does anybody want to explain the difference between coming and orgasm to the men?
Let go. Don't nobody need you to explain that. Come on, bro.
No, we don't.
I'm just saying.
Nobody needs you to explain that.
When she said that, all the dudes was like, "Huh?" So I'm just
literally nobody did that.
Only you was like, "Huh?"
Literally,
see how you gotta speak for y'all.
It's
literally nobody on the
panel. By yourself,
do you know if I was blinking? I got glasses.
All right,
said shit the whole time.
Let's get hold up, Sweeney. We gonna get to you. Let's get all the ladies in there. The men are gonna
go ahead first. I'll go right after her.
Yeah, you got it. All right, Lucky. What's your take on this?
Lucky?
She said skip.
Y'all kind of like juice out topics, and then it just, by the time it gets to me, I'm pretty much over it. I'm being honest with you. Because what the fuck was the video about?
You want to see it again?
We're talking about
porn causing us to be bisexual.
Lucky don't even want to talk about it. Lucky does.
We got men speaking up for bisexual women when most of y'all can't even get y'all women to be bisexual for y'all.
Exactly.
But they got all this control.
Exactly.
But
you made a good point, but that's actually what the video was about. The woman was basically saying women are being they're engaging in porn.
Okay.
They're engaged in lesbian activity because of men. But in
I can play it
actuality,
again.
we see basically Israel said it like
good. She got
a
it.
woman eat coochie because a man wanted to. She eating it because she wants to.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I would say I don't think there's a rise. I think that we're just in a society now where women are more vocal about what they've been craving sexually. I think that, I mean, if you look at historically, there's always been lesbians. There's always been women. They just used to have to do things such as go underground the same way as homosexual men to have a private world because it wasn't socially accepted. So I think that when you're talking about the behavior, yes, women, it is a certain sensuality to what Precious is saying, which in the intimacy part is separate from sex. Usually men aren't taught or really care to be intimate. Sometimes men think if I drill her hard and she's making noises, that's not pain noises. That just means it's good. They don't really take the time out to actually understand the woman's body of how it works, what things make her, what things does she like. So it's the difference with a woman that kind of already understands how to pleasure a woman to get her there that most men don't. I don't think that that's not men. I think that there are a lot of men that can please you in ways a lot more sexually appealing to women. I think that if more women had sexual experiences with men that were very sensual, where that man did seem like he took the time out to learn your body, to make sure you get to know your body by way of him, because she can lay with a woman, but it's a man that teaches her the levels in which her body can go. So if you meet a man that can teach you to express your body in certain ways, you are always going to be with that man. And it's only a man that actually sees intimacy with you that is going to cuddle with you, because it's the intimacy and the love that you guys share that should be the reason why you're having sex. Now, most people are not, like I said, even trying to get to know you mentally and spiritually to figure out how we're connected to each other. So when you do connect physically, now you can see what it is designed for outside of baby making. But most people don't have that connection. I'm just trying to let you meet my representative so we can get quicker to the sexual part. Women are probably doing it most of the time. They say, I feel obligated, or in a sense, but they're doing it because they think, okay, this will make him like me more. This will be whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're trying to figure out, even in these conversations, I'm trying to figure out what I can do just to get her in the bed quicker. Some women has a short, and some women you just need to pull up in the car. Other women need to act like you like her. However it is, the goal just seems to be transactional. There's nobody actually out here trying to get to know people from the inside that translates to sex. So it's just a whole lot of senseless fucking. It's not about, oh, let me be with a woman because I think women prefer to be there. Because if you actually was in the community, a lot of those women are still having sex with men. This is why studs pop up pregnant. It's the fact of the matter is they are lacking the intimate connection that men refuse to give women. So even in these conversations, men's conversations is not, how can I intimately make her feel aroused so that she wants to do these things? Even when you see scouting for women, the woman is looking for a woman and she's looking for that sexual pleasure with her mouth. It's nothing deeper than that. It's usually just intimacy. If men actually care to be more sensual with the woman they say they want to be with, they will unlock a lot of things out of that woman, in my opinion.
Lucky is going.
I'm glad
Lucky.
I'm glad we let the
Should
women
have
go
talked
first.
a
All right,
long time
let's get
ago.
Sweeney, then Israel. The men are gonna respond. Sweeney, then Israel, then Trev.
Everything Lucky just said was off the mark when it comes to men. Men absolutely want to please our women. Absolutely. Especially if it's your woman. We are not like microwaves. Women, the average man can masturbate and bust a nut within 5 to 10 minutes. The average woman can masturbate and bust a nut within 8 minutes. So us sitting there saying that we're microwaves, no. What I think is happening, the reason why a lot of women turn towards women is because they're way more open-minded and they give women way more leeway than they would give their men. As she said, a man has to unlock a woman. She doesn't come in open. So there's an unrealistic expectation on men to honestly to just know what to do. That's why they walk up to him and say, well, if you can't do this for me, then what are you here for? Like, Dad, can you tell me what you want?
No.
Can you tell me, hey, I like it this way. Hold it that way. Slow down. Speed up.
I thought you said you wanted her
Wait.
I was next, though.
Done.
It's
I'm
all right.
not done.
I've been quiet this whole time while y'all go back and forth. I can go back and forth.
I'm not done yet. I'm with you. Lucky.
Jump in there,
What you got? Hold on. What you got, Lucky? What you got?
Do your
I'm
thing,
just
Lucky.
responding in the conversation. It's cool. I'm just saying to what you're saying, disagreeing with me. If you took the time out to know your woman's body, you would understand how annoying it is. Do you want head tonight? You wouldn't have to ask her. You would know what she likes. She would beat you to the bed.
You know how many? Hold on. You know how many men? You know how many men? You know how many men initiate sex by giving head first before they ever get it?
Do you know how many?
Wait, can I say this? Before it goes
Like,
too
how
far?
would you
Wait,
know?
wait.
How?
Wait, hold on, can I-
I'm sorry.
Because I talk to men.
Can I say this before this goes too far? Hey, yo, wait, trigger my.
Sir, and y'all never lie.
All right, hold up. One mic. Sweeney, you done with your answer?
Yes.
No.
All right, go ahead, Iz.
Go ahead, Go ahead, Israel.
Just real quick, because this was the thing that I said the other time while I was up here that the dudes tried to laugh me out. I said basically the same thing that Lucky just said, and what is true. A man teaches a woman what she likes. And this is what a lot of brothers don't understand. When you have a connection with your woman, and when you've been a man who's experienced, you touch your woman in a way that she might not have never been touched before. You treat your woman in a way that she might have never been treated before, and she begins to identify what she likes and what she don't like according to what you did with her and how you interact with her. And that's what I was saying the last time, and it got missed totally. So Sweeney, I have to disagree with you, sir, and push back on that. It's not about, a lot of times women don't know what they like until they experience it. This is what the problem is. A lot of times women haven't experienced yet, so they don't even know. But you might, hold on real quick.
So you gotta learn.
I'm good. Can we go
You're a
ahead?
little too hype, Fantasy, but okay.
Israel.
Right.
Go
I'm
ahead, man.
hype. I'm clapping for Iz. Thank you. I actually agree with him.
Go sit in the kitty
Sweetie,
table. We're
let-
grown men talking.
Israel, you done with your point,
Israel,
bro?
you're so right.
All right, 1 point. Let's chop it up. Let's chop it up.
Another word,
Paris,
bro.
go ahead.
Let the man finish.
I wasn't finished.
Hold on.
Let that man
One
finish.
mic.
We already
Paris, go
said
ahead.
he can finish.
I wasn't finished. Trigger Mike. I
Oh,
was
my
trying
bad,
to
my
finish.
bad. Finish up, and then Paris got a rebuttal, or Paris wants to go. All right, go ahead, man.
Just to wrap it up, all I'm saying is that a lot of times, to Sweeney's point, a lot of times women can't tell you because they don't know. And so, and what happens is when you're in a position with your woman, you teach that woman what she likes, and then she's able to tell you this or that. But it really comes like Lucky was saying, from having an
You ain't understanding because you ain't listening. What the fuck is
I thought I was
this man
muted.
talking about?
Finish up.
I thought I was
Israel.
muted. Go ahead.
You
bro.
weren't. You're welcome.
Finish up,
now,
Israel.
from having, listen, when you have, and that's what I was getting at when I was asking Real Precious the conversation. Good and Garen Dagon T, when a man and a woman have an intimate connection, it's much greater than any intimate connection that she could get with a woman. And it's reasons for that. And so what I'm saying to you is when you're intimate with your woman, when you get to know your woman, when you're getting in tune with your woman, these are all the things I said last time that y'all laughed at me about. Then your woman, you unlock, and it's not really about just unlocking from a standpoint of yo, she's some puzzle or she's some this or that. It's about getting to know her and then teaching her what she likes and what she don't like and bringing that to her. So that's it.
Bro, that is wild. That
Right,
is
Paris,
wild.
I
That we really gonna sit. We're really gonna sit here and say that women
Paris
don't.
came next. Paris is
Bro,
next.
he's responding to me, bro. Mr. Lego, just be quiet. Let us have this. We don't need you to interrupt. You know what? Go ahead, Paris.
Paris, go ahead, Paris.
We don't need you to interrupt, dumbass.
Paris.
Golly, bro, mute your mic.
Paris.
I will say that Mr. Israel made a good point. I can't agree with the entire point, and this is why. Because a lot of times, as a woman, and I'm sure some of the women can relate, going into sex, some men already have their preconceived notions of how they want you to behave. So you can't tell him what you want. You can't tell him what you actually like, even if you're curious, because there's that inherent fear. He gonna treat me like a hoe. He's gonna think that I'm a whore, or he's gonna think something ill of me if I express this to him. So even if that's not true, that is their inherent fear based off of the type of men you're dealing with. A lot of times, the same way, there are some men who have a fear of being judged by them wanting certain desires or opening up for certain desires. Women have that same fear. We don't talk about it, but it's there. Now, I will say, you cannot know what you like until you get experience. It was always like a very shy thing for women to talk about them playing with themselves. A lot of women would be in disgust around other women or men. They'll pretend that they never did it. They'll pretend that they never happened. Like now, it's a reason why you're seeing a surge of the whole Rose toys and women getting into dildos and things like that. But before, right, they used to have those little small parties, little Mary Kay, and maybe you, aside from Mary Kay, you had to play sex parties because you learned the habit of learning to sell that way as a distributor for those sex toys and sex parties. But overall, I personally feel like you can get a better intimate connection with men. However, we're getting a lot of lackluster sex. We're getting a lot of people who know where the hole is. Not just the men, the women too. They know how to find the hole. And they're getting it done and they're getting their rocks off. So again, they're coming, they're feeding their, baseline of it, but they're not actually getting complete overall stimulation. It's not complete overall.
Women too, though?
For both parties, right? So I'm not talking about me. I'm just saying in general,
I'm
right?
just saying, lesbian women be doing that too?
Yes. And I'm not talking about sleeping with men. I'm just saying in
With
general,
women.
like this is the society that we have. The society that we have is a lot of people are indulged into casual sex. So in casual sex, right, you're not really just
Not thinking
going
about
into
pleasing
it
another
being
person.
passionate. You're not going into it
Right.
actually trying to love this person. You're not going into feeling that type of connection that you will be with your actual partner that you take your time with, right? You're rushing the process. Lucky made a very good point. Miss Israel made a very good point. And Sweetie made a very good point.
Mr. Israel.
Did you just say Miss Israel?
Mr.
No, I said
Israel,
Lucky.
Mr. Israel.
I
No,
said
you
Lucky.
said Miss Israel.
I got one
I said
question.
Israel. I'm sorry, guys. I talked
Oh, I
fast.
thought you said Miss Israel.
No, I
I'm like,
didn't.
It sounded like that to me too.
Israel made a very good point, and Sweeney made a very good point because Sweeney is actually right. Men do give intimacy. Men are just preserving their intimacy, and he's also not lying when he say a lot of times men are going into the relationship initiating sex, including with oral sex. A lot of times women are acting like prudes. We're not doing what we say we're doing. The pillow princess is a real thing. A lot of men are just not discussing it because of their convenience to the sex. A lot of men have shut up about how terrible women actually are in bed because of the fact he ain't got to work for the sex no more, and the box actually a little decent. But in actuality, men initiate sex more. We don't come on to them as much as they come on to us. And men initiate sex more in the beginning of it. They're the ones who do the implied consent, the touching, the fondling, the kissing. It's not us. We've never been the predators.
Also,
Damn,
so
predator.
I got
Hold
one
on.
question.
All right. So why is it that we can't just recognize that most women are gay as hell? Like this isn't something new, right? If you looked at a lot of the things that women do, if you put men in the same exact predicament, you would say that's gay as hell. If I look at a dude's bottom and I say, yo, your joint getting fat, that's gay as hell. If I grab another
No, all you have
man's
to do is say
chest,
pause, right?
that's gay as
Like,
hell.
y'all do exactly
No.
that.
You cannot pause that. I will not tell a man his bottom
That's
is
not
getting
plausible.
fat. Pause.
That's not
That's
plausible.
not happening.
That's not plausible.
There's certain things
That's
you
not
just
plausible.
can't pause.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
That's
not
unpausable. We can't
Yeah,
do
that's
that. We don't stare at each other when we're getting dressed. Like we can't do that. The thing, we don't change our sexual
want to.
orientation because our woman wants another man. No, that's impossible. And that's why I don't believe that women are changing their sexual orientation. They're just gay. Because if we did that, and we said, oh no, well, I'm just trying to please my woman, they would be like, you gay as hell. What do you mean you did that? I can't say I experimented with the guy, pause, because it's no such thing for a dude. And there shouldn't
there
be
is.
such a thing for
It's
a
not.
What?
It is not.
No.
That's why y'all stay in the closet forever, because you never
wait.
experience, you never go through your questioning phase when you're obviously wondering. You want to experiment, and they should be free to do that to
No, we
decide what
don't.
they do
No.
and don't like. You
Men
guys are
don't-
making a
we don't.
toxic
Look,
environment.
no.
Men don't want to
No.
experiment. Men don't want to
Regardless of whether y'all accept it or
experiment.
not, they'll
Men
sleep with a
don't
trans
want
and
to
say they're not gay.
experiment.
So would you
Men
be
don't
married to
want
your
to
husband if you
experiment.
found out he had a
No.
sexual
If you
past
sleep
for
with a
men?
trans,
All right,
you're
one
gay.
mic.
Hold on, wait.
If you sleep with a
Fantasy.
trans,
That's
you're
not what
gay.
men think.
If your
Period.
And that's not what
husband,
It is what it
men
is.
Hold
If
on.
that's what you want to
men.
do, that's what you want to do.
All right, one mic.
However, you're gay,
Trev, I got
right?
a
You
question.
can't say you. Okay.
I got a question for her. So if you found out your man was sleeping with men prior to you, would you have married him?
I say,
Yes.
bitch. I bet you should say yeah.
I have no problem with
Yeah.
bisexual
All right, well,
men.
I know she would.
But
Ladies,
you're talking about
let me
she's
now
on a
round
different
of
level
hands,
with
ladies.
it, right? She's
Hold on.
open sexually, right?
Yeah, we know.
I am
Your average
bisexual.
woman,
I support
particularly black women, will
bisexual
say
men.
hell no, right?
No, we got
That's
five women on the
fact.
panel. We got 5 women on the panel.
I would never be with a
Period.
bisexual man or a man who has attempted to be romantically interested in a man or he's been physically attracted with the man, because that to me is not something that I desire.
That's
And I
gay.
do feel like a lot of women are either just freaky as hell or they're actually gay. You don't get to pick up your sexuality and put it down, because there are women out here who don't have that curiosity.
Saida?
Do you
Exactly,
understand
and
what
they're
the
not
Q
gay.
is and the LGBTQIA? Do you understand what the Q is?
No.
It's queer. It's very much so.
No, it's
I
questioning.
understand.
Questioning.
It's questioning.
Well,
Questioning.
Okay.
It's not
so
queer.
can I-
It's questioning. So, in order for you to
I haven't
understand the
had a chance to
spectrum,
talk.
you have to go through that space if you're trying to learn if you're going to be out of the straight space, because we're all assumed to be straight when we come out of our parents' womb. I'll say that. So we're all assumed to be straight.
Precious.
I'm next. Can I talk?
I already asked the ladies a question, bro. Can we get through the question? You can go all you want. Precious.
Pause.
No.
Lucky.
No, she's gonna say no too. Okay, so
all right, go ahead, Mr. Lego.
All right, so
that's 5. That's 4 out of 5.
I just want to know why we get.
What was the question? I don't know what I said. What? Wait, what?
I said, I thought you answered. I asked if you found out, if you knew that your man was bisexual or had intercourse with a man prior to, would you have been with him?
No.
Right.
Lucky.
Just say yes or no.
Why though? No.
Okay. All right. So we done.
That's 4 out of 5.
As a lesbian,
Go ahead, MLG.
Because I'm the only lesbian on the panel.
No, you're not. Shut the fuck up. But go ahead.
He's trans.
Oh Lord.
As a man, the problem with us is we don't had sex a million times, but for some reason we men be so ready to get up in there, and that is the biggest problem. And that's the thing that women are saying.
Speak for yourself, bro.
There's an intimacy issue because I be hearing from women there's an intimacy issue.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself, my
damn
brother.
No. Women.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
He
Go ahead.
excited to get up in there. He excited to get up in there.
Women. Hold on, y'all. Women actually be saying this, and it's like, I can't run around telling dudes how to have sex or whatever, but women say this. So altogether, one of the biggest problems with men is we can't just be ready to go up in there. Like we gotta. Who said? Precious. Women are like ovens. You gotta heat them up. You gotta give them a massage. You gotta do some different things. Like you can't just sit around.
Yeah, but not every man know how to take.
Tell the man what to do with the oven.
First of all, that is simply false, Mr. Lego. You need to
This
speak
man
for
said
yourself.
how you warm up the oven. Did you ask how you warm up the oven?
Women.
Yeah, I want to know from the lesbian.
How old are you?
No, but
hold on.
How old are you, sir?
Hold up. Let me be the tiebreaker on
how
this.
you
shit.
do it.
Hold up. Y'all
you do
grow up in 2 seconds, goddamn it. Let me be the tiebreaker on this goddamn topic.
Run from
You know what it is? This is a
joking.
maturity thing. This is absolutely a maturity thing.
I agree.
Because when you have to grow up into this, man, because I'm gonna just give you a straight up example. I'm trying not to be too graphic. I've messed with a lot of big booty, big titty ass girl. That is my type. And I know as soon as that girl, and then what I realized growing up is that in an effort to please me, a woman will just do what I like. She'll just drop drawers and turn around. And I will take that shit as all that yelling and screaming is. I just put that shit down. But then that same woman, as I talked to her into adulthood, said, I felt like you were a selfish lover. Excuse me?
Yep. Exactly.
Excuse me?
Exactly.
Excuse me?
But that
But
had nothing to do
the
with
bad
him.
part, hold on. The bad part is that I matured into somebody who learned to give intimate experiences to my wife. It took time to learn and to listen when a woman is vocalizing what she likes and to actually take that shit serious. So just like to Sweeney's point, I ain't that nigga now, right? But I used to be. So it may take men a little time to understand a woman's body, what women want out of intimacy versus sex and all of that. So I see it from both sides. So I think, it's a maturity thing. What y'all got?
I would say
Put it like this.
You break the
If
tie.
when you giving a woman head, put your ear to her inner thigh and listen to her heart.
God, if you listen to Mr.
her
Lego.
heart rate change.
I think that only works for bald
Is
niggas,
it
but
Trev's
okay.
turn?
I'm trying to
What's the next subject?
Extra
When
thick.
you
What if
giving-
I like my
Shut
women
up.
700
When
pounds?
y'all
You
giving a
shut
woman
Please
up.
don't give Mr.
Hold on.
Lego the mic.
I got to hear
Please don't
first.
give
Go ahead,
it to him.
MLG.
Give
MLG,
No,
finish
don't
up. Go
give
ahead.
it to him.
when you giving a woman head, lay your head near on her thigh so you can hear her heart rate change. That is I'm trying to give y'all a good understanding on what can actually help you understand what's going on in her head while
It's a watermelon game.
you're doing whatever. Huh?
All right. All right. We're
Next
going
topic,
to
bro.
the super chats,
That's
man. We
the
going to
worst
super chats.
damn advice ever in life.
We go into the super chats, man.
Okay.
Spark Unleashed, $5. Men took control of women's sexuality to spread his genes. Was it before men took control of it? Perhaps women returning to their true nature. All right. My man King Spark, $5. I love Lucky.
She ain't even said nothing.
Dub Whip, stop hating MLG. $5. Stop the cap. Women are just as sexual and freaky as men are, if not more so. They don't need the extra push from men to be freaks. Knock it off. What do y'all think? Yeah or nay? All right. Reese Anderson,
All
$5.
depends on how the women feel about you.
Yep. That's always been black women. You got black girls in PG County, Maryland, getting caught on camera, getting smashed in the back seat by white police officers. You sound a little triggered by that, Reese.
Triggered.
Oh. Caesar's Palace, $2. Paris, it's because they fucks too many men. Caesar's Palace again. This is crazy. Women go after bad boys, not intimacy. Darius Horton, $5.
All the
So
motherfuckers
we
that talk
can
about
make
I
this-
love, I wash your drawers.
They don't
So
want
we
that.
can make this
They
same
don't
argument.
want him.
But it's a reason for that, though. It's
I
a reason for
do
that.
anything.
So we hold on. We
It's a
can make
reason
this
for that.
same argument as to
That's
why
the
men
song.
try to get experience before getting into a relationship. Caesar's Palace again. Sweeney is spot on. If a woman really needs to unlock anything, why do so many women cheat and have one night stands?
That's easy because they're looking for what they're not getting at home. That's easy.
My man Ricky, Uncle Ricky in the building. $2. You don't have to warm a woman who wants you to. Ooh,
That is true.
that's that knowledge.
Don't
All right.
have to warm.
Go ahead. If you just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Go ahead and hit that like button. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. The link is down in the description. Let's get into the main topic, which is pornography allows men intense gratification without the fear of rejection. We got another video from
Please
this
don't let it be
lady.
this woman.
It's this
Pornography is doing to the male brain.
Pornography does to men is it allows them intense gratification without the fear of rejection. And what men need is rejection in order to build their bravery and redirect them. If I'm really overweight or if I'm not making a lot of money, I'm living in my mom's basement and I go out into the dating world, I realize women don't find that attractive. So I redirect myself. What pornography allows me to do is maintain that state whilst getting the gratification I want. And the other thing it does to men is it blurs their true value. So they will see these beautiful women online, go into the real world and say if he's a 4 out of 10, he should be aiming for a 4 out of 10 woman, but he'll think, I don't want that girl. I'm not attracted to this girl. And they'll be aiming for the 12 out of 10s and they can only access them through escorts or through, in America, they call it passport bros.
What the fuck?
She's
my
a
God.
blithering idiot.
No, I
she
agree with
is
her.
a blithering
Right,
idiot.
you
She's an
literally
idiot.
you don't listen to anything this lady says because you don't like her. This is exactly the issue y'all have on these panels talking to women that you don't
She's
agree
an
with.
idiot. She don't know what she's
I
talking
agree
about.
with her on that.
It
Wait,
don't matter.
wait.
She's stupid.
Men, hold on, wait. Men beat. She tried to make something way more complicated than it has to be. Hold on,
Look
wait.
how excited y'all are every time. You
Wait,
don't keep
wait,
using her
wait.
clips.
Wait. Did she just tried to over-explain some shit we already know? A lot of motherfuckers beat their dick to porn because they can't get bitches. It's not.
Yes.
That ain't what she was saying, and that's how we know you weren't listening.
But this is where she's
deeper
wrong.
than that,
This
though,
is where
Sweeney.
she's wrong. Hold on, real quick. This is where she's
That's
wrong.
not where she
at.
was going.
This is where she's wrong at. The problem is that's true, right? But the problem is she said that men give this confidence, and no, that's not what happens. That's not
Okay,
what
what
happens.
did
You don't
she
get a
mean?
confidence,
Whoa.
or you
Men don't get a bunch of confidence from watching
You don't get
porn.
the hold on, real quick. You don't get the confidence from the gratification for watching porn. That does not happen. That's not what
That's
that
not
is.
what she said.
So
That's literally what
it
she
is
said at the end.
literally, that's literally what she said. That's verbatim what she said. Play it back. Play
That's
it back.
what she said.
No.
Listen, that's
verbatim.
not the
Hold on,
point.
hold on.
That's not
Are
the
you
point that
finished?
she was trying to
Are
make.
you finished? Because I'll tell you exactly what she meant. Are you finished?
Bro, okay, but you just said that's not what she
Are you
said.
finished?
And I repeated exactly what she
All right,
said.
let's hear his take.
This is what she said. It makes these cornballs feel like they can actually get that type of woman in real life, and their expectations start changing because all they actually see when they're watching porn is beautiful women. So they go out in the world, and when a beautiful woman that in his mind he's already had sex with turns him down, the first thing he does is says, you know what? I'm just going to get my passport and I'm out of here.
I got it.
These modern women, they don't know what they want. No, they don't want you, cornball. That's
Wait
what
a
it
minute.
means.
No,
wait,
no,
go
no,
ahead.
I got it, Trev.
Just like women are. It's a delusion just like women.
Wait.
All right, Sweeney then Trev, and then we're going to let the women get in on it.
That literally does not make sense. You're telling me that
How?
he can't get bitches, so he beats his dick to beautiful women, only for him to come out of it thinking I could get beautiful women because I beat my dick to beautiful women. Bro, that does not make sense.
Boring.
I've never seen a man go out into the world and say, I can get a bad bitch because I watched a porno.
Okay, Sweeney, I want you to think about this. Hold on. I want you to think about this. Remember we talked about habit and we talked about the first topic, right? Habit begins in the brain, not in real life. It's just what you see, what you imagine. And if you have a habit of having sex with beautiful women in your head, you can actually be delusional enough to think that you can get a woman that you're already having sex with in your head because you've seen that woman naked so many times.
Is that assuming that every woman in a porno is fine and a bad bitch?
Thank you. Hold on. Stop. That is, they choose. Hold on. We all choose the type of people that we want to look at. So whatever our types are is what we're going to look at. And when we go out into the world and get rejected by our type, we start looking at that person like they're the problem instead of us, because in our mind, psychologically, we already are having sex with that type, even though we're not.
A dude that can't pull women, no, he can't pull women, bro.
Exactly.
He doesn't have no expectation that
doesn't make
sense. He can't pull. That's why he's beating his dick to begin with.
Want him?
That's why he's beating his dick to begin with, because he know he can't pull women.
Look, bro, we all beat our dicks. That's not why it's not.
We're gonna have to come up with code words.
I love this. Keep talking this let go.
That's
not
always
that ain't necessarily true either. No,
Hold up. Bro, I can't believe you co-sign this chick. I can't believe you co-sign that. That's crazy. That is so ridiculous, right? You are literally saying that because a dude masturbates to baddies. Now, do you know what happens? It's similar to like post-nut clarity with anything else. You feel worthless. You feel like an idiot after you jerk off and your hand is full of jizz. You're like, damn, this is the best I can do. This is the best I can do. So now I'm gonna just go out and start bagging dimes. Are you for real?
I can bag dimes
because I beat up to a dime. Now I'm gonna go out and get dimes. That's crazy. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Hold on, I'm not done. Hold on, because I'm not done. So now there is a caveat to this. There is a drawback to this, right? Because if you're beating off to dimes, it will be harder for you to get with the women who you can actually obtain, whether it be a 3 or 4 or 5.
Right.
You are not going to be as sexually turned on by her because she can't do that. And the other bad thing is you are going to have bad expectations on the acts, because you are going to watch these women make it disappear, right? All types of bubbles and all kind of stuff your chick can't possibly perform, and then expect that of her. So that's where you can go wrong.
Said.
That's where that's not what she said.
You didn't say it that way, but that's what she was trying to say. It's warped their perception.
That is not what she said. That's literally not what she said. That's literally not what she said.
MLG, hold on. Quick rebuttal from MLG. Then we're gonna get the ladies in there. We're gonna go Paris Insider.
Shut up. So
all right, we want to play. You know what? Hold up.
What you
want to play the video one more time?
I just want to say one thing. So Trev, what you just said is exactly what I just said and it's exactly what she just
No,
said.
it
That's all I
isn't.
wanna say.
No.
All right, we're gonna play the video again.
No, you said he was going. Are you? No way. No way.
That's the point
No
that
way.
she was
That's
trying
not
to
what she
get
just
to.
said.
Don't y'all understand? That's what she was trying to say.
All right, y'all. Stay tuned. We're gonna do it
It's the
one more time.
context
Trash
clue.
what you're saying. No.
Paris,
It's
the
the context clue.
I didn't get the
All right, y'all. We're gonna
You
play
didn't get the
Pornography
context?
is doing to the male brain.
Pornography does to men is it allows them intense gratification without the fear of rejection. And what men need is rejection in order to build their bravery and redirect them. If I'm really overweight, or if I'm not making a lot of money, I'm living in my mom's basement and I go out into the dating world, I realize women don't find that attractive. So I redirect myself. What pornography allows me to do is maintain that state whilst getting the gratification I want. And the other thing it does to men is it blurs their true value. So they will see these beautiful women online, go into the real world, and say if he's a 4 out of 10, he should be aiming for a 4 out of 10 woman. But he'll think, I don't want that girl. I'm not attracted to this girl. And they'll be aiming for the 12 out of 10s, and they can only access them through escorts or through, I mean, in America, they call it passport bros. Have you
That's
exactly what she
Yeah,
said.
so-
It's
That is not what she said.
All right, hold on,
Maybe
y'all.
y'all just don't know when y'all are four.
Hold on, y'all. So let's just say it like this: the lady made a few good points. Her point about men going out to find dimes after masturbating is atrocious. It's not true.
It changes
All right,
their
let's
mindset, bro.
all right, let's get the ladies. We did it in reverse this time. I let the men speak first because they were talking about men. Now we're gonna get the female perspective. We're gonna go to Paris, then Saida. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's mundane to correlate being overweight and then learning your experiences is how you're treated overweight to trying to say, well, I went and I paid for sex, or I went and I tried to have this experience for sex, because studies actually show, which is why they keep bringing up this topic like porn is ruining men. Again, white men, right? There will be a regulation on porn. If you haven't prepared yourself, it's coming. And even with Twitter, that was like one of the most egregious sites. Disney wouldn't buy it because it was so provocative. But it's slowly slowing down, and they're banning people from it. So the reason as to why what she said was absolutely inaccurate, because it actually shows studies that say the more that men do engage in porn, they stop even trying to deal with interact with women in public, period. They don't even go on dating sites anymore. The more that a man has a addictive porn lifestyle, he just reverts back to getting that instant gratification. He doesn't even look to entertain women. He becomes socially awkward. He becomes very much so reclusive. Everything that he wants is in the palm of his hand. He stops engaging with women. Literally. And it shows that that's even in the incel portion, right? When they say, "Hey, it's men out here who are not having the sex that you think that they have." That study actually has nothing to do with black men. Again, it's going back to white men. Has nothing to do with black men at all. And when they're talking about the idea of porn, they're basically saying, hey, this is making men want to recluse and not deal with women at all. So what she's saying is actually a far fallacy. It's the opposite spectrum. That's not true. Porn does not make men go, now I can afford you. Because even then, they typically already have their reservations about it. The average man is not making more than, $50,000. The average man is not literally living to this higher standard. More people live in the country than they do cities. So even the idea scale of prostitution or things like that, that's just not access to what normal people have.
Think about this. I just want to say this one thing and let
me say this one thing.
I just want to say one thing, please.
No, he already said it's on to the women. Okay, Mr. Lecco, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to say one thing. This is the reason why she said they resort to prostitution, because when you buy a prostitute, that is the only way they can get a woman that looks like the women in the porn. That's all she's saying.
No, there's also strip clubs. They also that's some type of.
No, what I'm saying is
they're looking at a woman
the only way they can
and
get that type of woman is by buying it. That's what
Men
she
like
said.
beautiful women. Golly.
But that would be the case whether they did porn or not. They still couldn't get a dime.
Men like beautiful women.
Man would get with a 4. They
The
can't
issue
get
with
with a
what
4
you're
because they're
So
so used
let,
to
let,
it.
let me level set. Let me level set real quick.
They have
Hold
to
up.
buy a 10.
Hold up.
Because you're
Let me
you're
level set
taking
real
my
quick
point.
because
The reason why what
go
you're
ahead.
saying is inaccurate, again, is because the studies show that they lose a socialized awkwardness to women in the beginning. This would be under the assumption that these men have some form of a sex life. That's under the assumption. Majority of the men who are engaging in porn at this particular rate that she's saying, because this is an extreme rate, right? Like this is a person who is always watching it, has to have it, et cetera, and intense gratification. The more you watch it, you become addicted to it. You have to feel that need, you have to feel that void. It becomes a part of your everyday. Majority of people in reality, men or women, can't even get off with just their imagination or flashbacks of sex. They have to have porn in order to assist and aid them. So if you're talking about the average man who is sexually recluse, that he doesn't get sex at all, and you're talking about him dealing in porn, he's not even socially adept to knowing how to go purchase sex. That's why what she's saying and what you're saying doesn't make sense. I'm not pulling this out my ass. The studies show it.
Well,
So you said a
Studies
man
do
does
not
not
show
know
that.
how to buy
The
a
studies
10
do not
because
show
he's a
that men do
recluse?
not know how to buy sex. So
How?
what's
Hold up,
important
fantasy.
to understand is
Hold up,
when she's
fantasy.
pointing.
Saida was next, then you. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Sorry,
you're
Saida,
right.
then
How does
Gentlemen,
you.
please be
nobody
patient.
now know how to buy sex?
All right, go ahead,
So,
Saida.
everybody has a point, but the study can show that they don't engage with women to a certain extent. That doesn't mean that they don't interact with women, they don't connect with women, but that doesn't mean they don't look for them. It's not like they go to work and go back home and just stay there. No, they still look for that interaction with a woman, but not in a deeper level. Like for a relationship, they start objectifying women. That's what men start doing when they are addicted to porn. They start treating women as an object, and they start doing that. Who was that for, Israel?
It wasn't for you. It was for Mr. Let Go. He trying to be funny. He's a control freak.
Oh,
He's
he
for Mr.
is.
Let Go.
Yes.
It wasn't for you. I was talking to Trigger Mike, and Mr. Let Go answered me in the back chat. It wasn't.
I'm not sure why people keep trying to mismanage my words. I'm very clear and articulate when I speak, and I have great diction. I did not say men have an issue with learning how to purchase sex. I said men become socially awkward and they lack the ability in order to interact with women when they have a heavy reliance on porn. That
And
is
you
something
did
that
say they
studies
can't
show.
buy sex
That
because
is
they don't know how
shown.
to, which was crazy.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No,
So
literally
can
said
you
that.
please let somebody else speak, ma'am?
You said they
Since
don't
you've been
know how to
speaking
buy
all
sex,
night, we've
which
been
is
very patient.
ludicrous.
This is the last subject. You've already given your point. We understood you. We just disagreed.
They do not know how.
Stop fantasy.
We just
You
disagreed.
trying to start
So
an
we heard
argument.
you the first 5 times.
Trying to
We
start an
understand what you
argument.
said. We disagree
Fantasy.
with what you're saying.
Well, if you heard me
Okay,
the first time
so
around, you
we
wouldn't
heard
repeat
you.
it.
Please
I did not
stop
say
talking.
Fantasy.
All right,
We'll start
one
an
mic, one
argument.
mic.
Talk at you.
Come on, y'all.
Please
All
stop
right.
talking.
No.
Hold on,
no.
let go. Hold on, let go.
I feel
All
like
right,
I'm being
Fig,
very
you're up.
polite.
Fantasy.
Okay, so
Fantasy,
we
you're up.
understand what the studies are
Because you're
saying.
out of line.
You do
You're
not
right.
have
Paris,
to. You do not have to
Paris,
speak over me.
Paris,
You've been
stop.
speaking all night. We've been very
You have
patient with
one.
you.
Stop.
We've been
What are y'all
very
doing?
patient with you. You don't need to call me a bitch.
And
It
I'm
doesn't
going to do
have
it
anything to
again.
do with the fact that you've been
Paris,
very rude.
can you stop?
You have to stop, Paris. Okay, so like I was saying, we understand what the studies are saying. We understand that they're saying that they don't have that confidence that they need to approach somebody that they are actually attracted to, which she's saying has been warped into the 9s and the 10s. So they are 4s. They should be used to seeing 4s as attractive like them, but they are not because they have warped their brains to be attracted to only 9s and 10s. And then when it is time for them to look in the surroundings that they see, they don't see the girls that they are attracted to. That's what causes them to become recluse, is the argument that we're making, because they think their value is higher than what it actually is. Their minds are warped. And a lot of men, let's just keep it real, do not know what they look like to women. All these men think they're so attractive. A lot of you are 4s. So if you don't understand what your value is, like in the looks department to women, you're not going to understand that a woman looks at you and she doesn't see a fine man. She sees a 4 like her.
She sees somebody that should be on her level, and you think you're better than her. You're not.
Exactly.
You're fat and you're unattractive.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
We're gonna collect all of it, then we're gonna go back, Sweeney. We're gonna collect all of the.
Sweeney, you're getting
all of
triggered
it.
because you're a 4.
I may be. Now what? Now
Don't
what?
matter
I'm a
if you're
4.
married
Now
or
what?
you're four.
Now
Y'all
what?
OD
Now what
tonight.
you got?
God
Never
damn.
Now what you got?
Wait,
Now
wait,
what
wait.
you got? I'm a
It's
4.
No,
never
I'm loading the
matter.
clip.
Wait, hold
Ask
on.
me
Yo,
this,
yo,
brother.
Trigger
I'm
Mike,
ugly
Trigger
as
Mike.
hell. Now
Trigger
what?
Mike, can I say this?
Nah,
It's
I'm loading
never
the
mattered.
clip.
Trigger Mike, hold on. It's never mattered in the history of manhood if a man was handsome or if he wasn't handsome. This is a whole new construct. A man's value is not based on his
It doesn't
look.
matter if it's a new construct.
Yo,
it matters
hold on,
today.
hold on, hold on.
What's
A
modern?
man- Hold on,
We
let me
are
finish,
the women.
hold
You
on,
ain't
hold on,
going back in the
hold
day
on.
to find a lady.
Fantasy Island girl, listen.
Fantasy
you
Island
talking
girl,
to a dude-
another
Hold on,
4
hold on.
getting
Let me
mad.
finish. Let me finish. Let me
All
finish.
these
Yo,
4s getting
first of all,
Mr.
it
White
don't matter. Listen. It don't matter if I'm a 2. Let me be a 1, but I got no problem getting
You're
women. So
4,
I
it's
guess.
okay. You're
Listen.
4.
I got no problem. So wait. Let me go ahead and defeat your whole point. If I'm a 1, let's say I'm a 1.
You're 4.
I got no problem getting 10s. I get women that I think are 10s. So it's no issue. So it
Because
doesn't matter. So what I'm
you
saying
gotta
is
buy 'em,
a man's
just like
no, I
Louis
don't
said.
have to. No, I absolutely don't have to buy them. But anyway, a man's value is not based on his looks. Y'all are judging men.
You're
How?
proving
Hold on,
your
let me
in the
finish my
video.
point. Yo, can I finish
You
my
gotta
point?
use money
Yo, can I
because
finish
you're
my?
gonna see output.
Can I finish my point? I absolutely don't have to use money. So what I'm saying is a man, I never said nothing about money. I said a man's value is not based on his looks. You're the one, can I finish my point?
What is the value?
Can I tell you?
Yo, let him
You
finish.
keep
MLG,
talking
go ahead.
over me. You don't let me finish my point.
You. What's the
A
question?
man's value is his guidance. A man's value is his leadership. A man's value is his stability. A man's value comes in a lot of different packages. So you don't necessarily, we are trying to judge men in the same way that women are judged. Men are not judged. Men are not judged in the same way that women are judged. So I don't understand why we talking about rating men 4s,
Israel,
10s.
we're just talking about a
Can I
man
finish
getting
my point?
smacked.
Yo, can I just finish my point, Trigger Mike, without being interrupted? If it'd be nice if I could finish my point without being interrupted, without being
Sound
talked
like
over.
a 4.
Yo, I could be a 2. I'm a 1. I'm a -1. I got no problems though, fam. I get any girl that I want, so it's no problem.
You gotta pay
I got
for
no
it.
problems.
All right, go ahead, Israel.
Yo,
and I'm gonna get
so
the
what
pressure
I'm saying to you is this. Listen, a man's value is not based on that. Why are we rating men like men rate women?
Money or attraction?
Can I finish my bro? He keeps talking every time I open my mouth. He keeps talking over me.
All right, go ahead, finish up, bro.
Hey, Israel, let me.
Wait, so why is she sleeping with Pookie and Ray Ray?
Israel,
no, my girls ain't sleeping
What are you
MLG, goddamn.
What are you talking about? The
let me grant the argument that
I know just because your legs don't touch the ground, nigga. I'm 6'1". So what are you talking about? Just because you're a short nigga, I don't got them problems that you got, little man. With the little man complex, I don't got them problems, my G. My legs touch the ground, fam. My legs touch the ground while I'm sitting down, and I'm very tall. So
to be fair, though, MLG got a new chair, so his legs.
Oh, okay. So now his legs don't dangle as much.
Hold on.
Now his legs don't dangle. He got an extra medium shirt on though, and I'm amazed that he thinks that he's above a 5. I'm amazed that if he's judging men, I'm amazed that he thinks that he's above a 5.
Laying on your stomach.
Yo, that's
you laying on your stomach all the time.
No, you lay on your stomach. You the one with the medium.
Hold on, fellas, chill.
You the one with the medium.
Your legs will touch the ground.
All right, fellas, goddamn. Sweeney, go ahead, and we're gonna get the pressure.
You laying on your stomach, bro.
All right,
I don't
fellas,
lay on my stomach, bro.
Goddamn.
Mike, you see what you just did?
I don't lay on my stomach. You lay on your stomach.
Wait. This been happening all night. They'll say ladies, and then the men will take over the conversation, and then people have questions. You just said it was her turn, and then it was supposed to be Precious' turn, but because Sweeney interject, he gotta go first. So why are we up here?
Go Israel with his fucking finger.
No, that's you with your fucking thumb of a head. That's what you with your fucking thumb of a head.
Precious.
Hold on, y'all.
Hi, I'm
We're
Mr.
gonna
Let
get
Go.
so after Sweeney, we gotta let the ladies finish, man.
All
All right, Sweeney, get
grant,
quick. 30
let's grant
seconds.
the argument. Let's grant the argument that men are judged by their looks, and that that all these men are 3s and 4s or whatever. Let's grant the argument.
Thank you.
Men are consistently reminded on where they rank if we're going to go off of looks. Because the more a man automatically knows if he's getting rejected a lot, he must not be that damn attractive. And that's the reason why he's beating his dick in the first place. So to say that he gets done doing that and to double back and say, oh, I can pull 8s, 9s, or 10s because I don't know where I rank in the system is asinine, because men are already told where we rank because we have to approach women and we have to get rejected. The moment you get rejected,
by paying for pussy though. They circumvent it.
It doesn't matter how they circumvent it, they still know where they stand.
But that's what she
If you gotta pay for it, you think dudes who pay for pussy think that they got that they are
30
Adonis out
seconds
here?
is up. We gonna chop it up
it's
on this
over.
after the ladies go. All right, Precious, go ahead, please.
4s.
I don't know
Okay,
if pornography allows men intense gratification without the fear of.
Can we pause for a second? You will never put your hands on me. You would never be in my space. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you would never smack me. You need to control yourself. You lack that apparently.
I said what I said.
Control yourself. You would never smack me. What makes you think you would be in my presence?
Fantasy Island girl.
She thought she could threaten me in the back chat, and she thought I wasn't going to address her in public, but I am. You would never touch me. Pretend you have decorum like you usually do.
Let's keep it in the back chat. Go ahead, Precious. Finish up. Sorry about that.
I will spit in your face.
Shut up.
You would never.
Come on, Paris.
You could never.
Y'all
You're
keep it in the back
disgusting.
chat. Y'all are being rude to Precious. Finish up, Precious. Go ahead.
Precious. Fucking
How
children.
y'all gonna pull a goddamn back chat to the public? Y'all
'Cause
should have
she's a
had that
nasty
argument in the
bitch.
back chat.
Yes, everybody shut up. Precious.
You shut up, fool.
Hey, come on,
Precious.
sweetie. All right,
Getting
Precious.
real
Go ahead.
emotional.
Hey, Paris, let Precious go. I know you don't want to be rude to Precious. Precious, go ahead.
She fat, so she thinks she could fight. That's cute.
Shut up.
The one thing that I do want to say, I pornography. One thing I do think it does is, if you're hooked on it, it does kill your brain cells. Okay, find something else to do. But the one thing I do agree with her on is in the beginning of what she said was about men being rejected and having to be redirected. I do believe that is true. I think that sometimes men do need a punch to the gut because men do get very comfortable. Now, how she tied pornography in there, I'm still not following that. Honestly, I done heard all of y'all talk. We done seen the video twice. If you're stuck on pornography, I don't know. Maybe you got a problem. Maybe you're not being productive and you need to do something else to be productive. But how that ties into rejection and the fear of rejection, I don't know. If you think that you're, jacking off to these baddies in porn, does that make you fearful of talking to women when you go out in the street? I don't know. I feel like men are pursuers. So I don't feel like that's something that's going to stop them from pursuing. I don't think that's going to stop them from rejection, but maybe it does for some men. I don't know. But the one thing I agreed with is that men in life do need rejection. And that's all I wanted to say. I hope y'all okay. I don't know.
I'm fine.
All right.
Can I ask you a question, Trigger?
No, we got to get Lucky in
She
there.
real fine speaking over the internet.
We got to get all
she
of
real
the,
cute.
We got
She'll
to
never
get all
meet
of
me.
Stop.
Big. Damn it. We got to get all of the ladies' perspective. Lucky, you there?
And that's for your safety.
Lucky.
Right.
Girl, you fat, so you think you could fight.
Stop it. Stop
I
it.
actually learned how to fight.
Keep that shit
I
in the
will
back
beat your
chat.
fat ass. So
Yo.
cut it out.
Y'all
Fantasy.
got 3 seconds.
Keep that shit in the
You
back
have no
chat.
Say one more goddamn thing.
All right, look.
Don't keep coming up here acting cute then.
Shut up.
Because you're not.
Fantasy Island girl,
Damn, let
stop.
go. The shut up makes
Don't
it
keep
worse.
coming up here acting cute, baby.
All right, ladies, I gotta mute y'all. Come on now. Lucky,
Control yourself.
please give us your synopsis so we can get
I'm gonna fuck
so we
this
can get
bitch
to the.
up. Let me get out of here. Y'all have a good night.
Hurry up. Bye.
All right, Lucky.
Damn,
Why couldn't y'all just keep y'all argument in the back chat?
Sweetie, are women children, Sweetie?
Hey, look, man, you
women
behaving
children?
like children right now too. So I can't even say nothing. I've been going at your ass all night. We've been arguing.
Y'all not gonna sit here and gas like me. That girl been antagonizing me all night, and I really been keeping it cute. Shut up, Mr. Let Go. Don't do that.
No,
Don't gas
both of
like
y'all
me.
be doing that shit.
No, I have not, and I'm not gonna let you put that on me. Last show, I own it. This show, she been antagonizing me all night. She been saying
She left.
I don't appreciate that.
But she gone though.
I don't
She
care.
gone.
I said what I said.
With Paris, we gotta
But
keep
Paris,
going.
my ass, Mr. Let Go. You sitting here yelling and trying to scream over women arguing. Ain't gonna get you nowhere.
Can you
All
just keep Lucky?
We got to get Lucky's perspective so we can
I'm
get the
just
rest
saying
of the
she
convo.
gone and you still want to
Lucky,
argue.
Lucky don't
All
want.
right, MLG, you making
Lucky
it
don't
work.
want to say nothing. Lucky done with us. Lucky sick of our shit right now.
All right, Lucky, if you can, please go ahead. Your synopsis.
I think it's best to just move on to the next topic. It's all night. It's just been kind of
crazy. I don't think it's no.
All right, so here's what I'll say to the lady because I wanted to say something on this as well. She did contradict herself in the opening statement because if you're going to say that pornography allows intense gratification without the fear of rejection, rejection is something that's very real for men. So ain't no amount of porn going to give you the gumption to then go out knowing rejection is very real to go chase dimes.
They don't chase dimes. They buy the dimes.
She's suggesting we get porn muscles. That's what's happening right now.
Rejection is anything.
Buying a dime and watching the porn, watching the dime on porn is a system. No. It's the same exact thing.
No, but
it's still the same thing. It falls into the same category. He'd still know he can't pull dimes.
Right.
Because if he could pull a dime, he wouldn't have to buy it.
Wait, but hold on. Why are we acting like? Hold on, real quick.
That's how he circumvents it.
There's a difference. Listen, there's a difference.
He's circumvented by watching porn.
Yo, bro, there's a difference. There's a difference between dudes that can't get girls, right? So like my man Trey is saying, you're not gonna get some extra courage, some extra muscles, like she's trying to insinuate that you will by watching porn. It does not happen. Fam, she literally is trying to insinuate by dudes watching porn. It gives them a false sense of confidence from watching the porn, and then when they can't get the girls that they want, that's when they have to buy those girls. That's literally what she said.
That's what she said.
That's literally what she said, bro.
I can agree with you on that. It's just one caveat. It's not having more confidence. It's thinking that he deserves this type of woman because he's used to it. Just like a fat chick might think they deserve a 6 foot, 6-figure guy, like with Kevin Samuels, right? Think about the Kevin Samuels videos. These fat, ugly women be talking about, I want a man. The same thing is going on with the incels. Because of porn. That's what she's saying.
No. Listen.
No.
Like Sweeney, hold on real quick, Trey. Like Sweeney was saying, men know what they qualify for. The problem with most men is most men have low expectations and most men have a low sense of self-worth. That's the problem with most men. So especially nowadays where all of a sudden you got these men judging themselves at the same rate and the same value that women are judged. It doesn't make any sense. We're acting like we don't see all the time in the street, real life, dudes that are 2s, that are 1s. I don't even judge men, but they got baddies by their side. It happens all day. Hold on, no. It happens all day, every day. And like Fantasy was saying, there would be no such thing as a Pookie and a Ray Ray if it was all about money. Some of these Pookie and Ray Rays ain't handsome dudes, and they be bagging bad chicks. Let's don't act like this don't happen all day, every day, fam. Why
There's
are
an
you doing this?
attribute with Pookie that makes him attractive to her, whether his dick size, whether it's his height,
how does she get to that?
Shoulders.
How does she get to that?
That the woman wants. A dude could be ugly as hell, but a woman be like, I bet he can fuck. Women think like that.
So there you go.
But he's actually getting
what
women.
Is this for about?
But
that's
the dude that gets women.
Right, but what is
that's
this?
the dude that actually gets women.
What is this rating? But what I'm saying is, what is this rating about the 4 or the 3? And we rating men in this way.
Nah, there's no way.
How does that matter?
We can't.
I got one question. That's the point.
I got one question. So
it doesn't matter because a woman could look at his shoulder. Hold on, real quick, Sweeney. A woman could look at a man's shoulders, like Let Go say, or look at his earlobes or whatever, and think that's attractive. Be attracted to him and go with him. Come on, let's stop playing. Why are we
I got
playing
one
like
question.
this?
I got one question. Women be attracted to dudes just like dudes be attracted to women?
Hold on. I got one question. I got
it's really
one
the same
question.
Thing.
I got one question. If what Mr. Let Go, if what you are saying is true, do you really believe that a dude that's addicted to porn would go out there in the real world and have access to a chick that is a 4 and he will not plug her because he wants a chick that he wants a bad?
He won't. He's so oblivious to
then that goes against everything we said about a man that would hit anything from a 1 to a 10.
Look,
that goes against everything we said about a man would hit anything from a 1 to a 10.
Queenie, let me answer the question. You got to understand the dude, according to what the woman is saying, and I'm agreeing with her. These dudes,
but she's always wrong.
Hold on. These dudes ain't running up on none of these women. They're circumventing the social awkwardness because that they have and walking up to any woman, whether she's a 4 or a 10. He ain't walking up to none of them. He's going straight to the OnlyFans chick, hitting her up like how much, or going to wherever they go to buy pussy, and they're going straight there. They're not approaching women at all. They're buying ass.
All right,
and
but
the
that's
women
still,
that buying look as
what
good
you have
as
to understand,
porno videos.
What you have to understand though is
Bro,
it's
we
the
can't
same,
do that.
The same mindset that makes them go buy pussy is the same mindset that makes them watch porn. It's both the same mindset. So they don't have no unrealistic expectation. They can't get women.
Bro, we're not allowed. We're not allowed. We're not allowed. All right, we're not allowed to be delusional about where we stand in the sexual marketplace. Our peers as men do not allow us. Our peers do not reinforce that type of stuff. That's not it. They don't tell us that. And women constantly remind you where we stand in the marketplace. You will not receive the same validation that women do for no reason.
Bro,
you know why they're not in the marketplace? Because they were eliminated. They're excluded. They're excluded from the marketplace. And that's what I'm saying. We don't have those. We don't have that delusion, and we don't have that support system to make us delusional. We don't do that.
If he's socially awkward, he's not approaching any women because he doesn't know how to. And because of that, he'll literally use whatever money he can dig up and go to one of these parlors, massage parlors, and get a chick that looks just like the woman he's getting in his mind in porn. So he can.
If you're going to pay for it, why would you not pay for the best one? Why would you not pay the best? Pay the best that you have access to. That doesn't mean you feel like you can. That's not what she was saying. That's not what she was saying. You're going to pay for the best you can afford, right?
If they could get a 4, they're not going to jump up. If they could get a 4 or 5, they're not going to jump up. They're not going to turn down a 4 or 5. That's going to give them some real life box for free to go and get. Come on, man. Come on,
right,
Israel.
Let's wind this one down, fellas. Let's wind this one down.
I get it. Who's offering an incel some ass, Israel? No, none of them.
All right, let's get
we just seen one out here. We just seen one. We just seen one. That motherfucker was happy as hell too. That was a funny looking brother. And his ass
red. Practitioner, $2. She says men.
A massage parlor.
She says men don't want to compete, meaning the lady in the video. Caesar's Palace, $2. MLG is an NPC. Why is he here? I'd rather have Fig. My man Prime VA 757, $5. Thinking you need to spend money to get an attractive woman is weird logic. Weird defeatist mentality. My man LL Unkman, $2. That's why Fantasy Island, my baby, trying to get them cheeks. She married, bro. Dub Will, $2. Precious Poker Faces, A1. Poise personified.
Facts.
All right, we got one more topic. If y'all want to stick around real quick, we'll get to it. This one is on a little bit lighter, not going to cause as much controversy. So let's chop it up. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you hit that like button. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley, 30% off along with a free gift. The link is down in the description. All right, so this next topic is when feminism was about equality. Some old white people in this video, so hopefully nobody's triggered by it.
When feminism was about equality, about leveling the playing field, which was tremendously important and exciting when we achieved that. Feminism today is all about advantaging women at the expense of men, and it's become very much caught up in the demonization of males. I don't want to have any part of that. I was writing recently about boys' education. We just started to notice how badly boys were doing vis-a-vis girls. We have really very much feminist ideology infiltrating all our education systems, systematic programs to continue to advantage girls, and no one taking any notice of the fact that boys are falling out in huge numbers. The girls are 2 years ahead of boys on average. This is the first time ever we've seen a generation of boys who are going to be less educated than their fathers. That's really chilling. And no one cares, John. No one notices any of this.
That's heavy. All right, y'all. Anybody could jump in. What are your thoughts?
I didn't even understand what she was saying.
I know. Well, let me. I understood what she was saying. So basically, she's saying that when the feminist movement first started out, it was about equality, women having the equal rights of men. And what she's saying is now with the feminism, it's about the demonization of males and putting men down and advantaging, basically taking advantage and putting women in a place of advantage over men. And yo, that's bars. It's phenomenal to hear a woman speak from that speech. And she said, modern feminism, even though I fought for feminism when I was younger, modern feminism, I don't want to have anything to do with it, because she understands, and this is what a lot of people that have since understand, the feminism as it is right now is causing the deterioration and destruction of the society and of the fabric of America. It goes against everything that we fought for, all of our rights and all of the things that make America great. So that's what she was basically saying.
Very well said. All right. Anybody else?
It down, and I can actually agree. I don't agree with no form of feminism, even the art of we should have the ability to work. I don't care about it. It does nothing for me. I don't get no joy or excitement out of paying bills. So even down to the idea of how women look at it today is more so of prioritizing women as more important than men. Like we're what do you call it? Complementary to each other. I don't think that my life is so much more greater or more important than a man. And I don't think that anything that I contribute to society is just so much greater and more important than a man. I welcome the presence of men. And I think that this has become so dangerous to the point where we're still sliding under things that women could be doing very harmful, not only to men, but to children and to each other. We don't talk about the fact that a lot of times when women do get assaulted, it's because another woman is in the mix. We don't talk about the fact that children are being abused at greater rates by women. We don't talk about the fact that women are also, sexually assaulting men. We mentioned the Brittany Renner situation last week when she actually sexually assaulted Charleston White. So, I think that this particular thing is trying to make us so much more powerful, or like trying to champion women in a spot that we really aren't fit or equipped to actually be in, because we can't run society.
Well said again. All right.
All right. So I feel like we created a monster, right? The feminism movement did stand for something very good in the beginning, because, we wanted our women to grow. We wanted them to have equal opportunities, right? Not necessarily equal outcomes, but at least equal opportunities to be able to do a lot of the things that our men did, right? And I can understand that. All of us have sisters, mothers, grandmothers, aunts, everything else, daughters, right? And we would want for the women in our lives to do well. However, feminism has been weaponized over the past few decades, right? We've had Cosmopolitan, Oprah Winfrey, plenty of women platforms even down to even if you're on social media, right? If you're watching like the Shade Room and everything else, all of that is feminism, right? Most of their fan base is women, and it's absolutely demonizing men. It's absolutely, and it's, if you are in a platform that's going to prioritize women, that's fine, but it doesn't have to be at the expense of men. You don't have to dog us. You don't have to antagonize us, because at the end of the day, we're still needed, right? As far as how the world was built, it's men. As far as who's going to protect you, we've seen that lately, right? You're going to need men at some point. We're extremely valuable. Like when you talk about the entire infrastructure, it's men that put that together. We can't just negate men. You can't. We're very necessary to the equation. And they make women believe in every way that they possibly can that we're not necessary, or we shouldn't be prioritized, or don't need to be respected, and we're unnecessary. This is how bad they've gotten, right? And it's a craze right now. They've created a mob of angry women that now hate men. It's become hatred towards men. And it's disgusting to see how bad it's gotten. Fortunately now, more people pay attention to streaming, internet. It's not controlled by the mainstream media as much anymore. Millennials on down don't give a damn about commercials and watching TV when it's aired. Everything is on demand. Everything is YouTube or whatever, Instagram, whatever. You can get your information from where you want. And that's a double-edged sword, because at least you have access to everything. However, if you're on social media, YouTube included, Instagram, it'll kind of throw you into an echo chamber. So if you sat there and you watched something that was feminism related, and then you reacted to it, maybe you liked it, maybe you put an angry comment, right? They don't care what feeling you get as long as you give them FaceTime and react to it, right? So you'll be in these echo chambers, and you can come up with these beliefs and follow these other angry women who are already on that page. So it's just going to support, it's going to further perpetuate it, because now that's all you're seeing. That's all you're seeing. So you can't even get out of that mindset, because you're not exposed to anything else, because all you see is, oh, men are bad. Men are bad. Look at what this one did. Look at what that one did. We don't need men. The hell with men. And that's what we've been seeing. So we're in a really bad pace. We're going to have to continue doing just something as simple as this, how we actually have, men and women who are able to converse together. And it's things like this is what's going to help the situation, us being able to have a dialogue, right? We need to do that on our own platforms as well. We need to have the dialogue. I always make it my business to have dialogue with women, to be able to get both perspectives so we can understand each other. Because if we don't at least take the time to listen to each other, understand each other, then we're not going to get anywhere. But I'll be very honest, between this platform and others similar to this, I've learned a lot more perspectives from women. I've been able to talk and say, okay, well, this is a good idea. That's not a good idea. Whether we had to shout about it, whether we had to just converse calmly about it or whatever, dig it out, we were able to come to some type of understanding, a better understanding and a better perspective than what we did. So it's just up to us to do our due diligence and continue to keep at least the discussions going, so at least we know what's going on.
All right, my man. Y'all shooting from the free throw line. Go ahead, Precious.
Feminism is trash. We talked about Devon Franklin one of these Thursdays, and how, feminism has reached so far as some men, to get up and say that, men are broken, and to carry and preach that message, in a room full, probably predominantly women and predominantly Black women. So, I don't think we have to have conversations about the order of things. And I know some people maybe aren't educated. And so, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't have the patience for things like this, I guess, because I was raised and saw it done the right way. And so when I hear women say, oh, we don't need men and I can do it all by myself, I just look at them like, you're just stupid. you're dumb. And you obviously, and I always say it, obviously you were hurt, or there was a lack. You were lacking a man. You were lacking guidance. You were lacking leadership. You were lacking those things, because to say that you don't need something and probably never had it, how you know you don't need it? That's the reason you need it, because you didn't have it. So when you're introduced to it, it's like, oh no, you can't tell me what to do. And then you have this, I'm woman, hear me roar. No, we don't need to hear you. We don't need to hear you. We don't. But we're hearing more and more women. And honestly, like she said in the video, as far as boys, they're not getting the attention that girls are getting. And that's going to cause anger. That's going to cause things that we don't even realize what we're doing, or they don't realize what they're doing. They don't realize how kicking men to the wayside or minimizing who you guys are is going to hurt so much. It already is. It already is. But as the generations get older, and the more women talk about something they don't need men, I mean, it's already predicted in what year? 20 what? Men, if women don't have a man, she's not going to have one.
Yeah. I think they're saying about 50 years or so. It's a wrap.
Yeah. Sooner than that.
2050.
You don't need them. They're not gonna flock to you. They're gonna get their passports. They're gonna go overseas, and they're gonna go elsewhere. So it's like you want your voice to be heard so bad. You want to have these positions so bad that the ultimate thing that you need is protection, but you're looking everywhere else. You're going everywhere else except for where it should be easy to go to. It should be easy to, attract a man and want to work together with a man. But women are going so far away from that and not realizing how bad it's going to hurt them.
I do want to say to the regular guest, I wish MLG was still here. I'm sorry, y'all. And that absolutely is who I am. It was just another side of me that I didn't want y'all to see. I do try to do well with holding my decorum, but I don't tolerate no disrespect.
No doubt. All right, Sweeney, take us out on this.
I was gonna say I would apologize too, but I ain't apologizing for shit. I go back and forth.
I mean, I didn't like that. Like, I was really trying to avoid that. Like, I had therapy today and everything. So I actually was trying to avoid that. But I don't like the constant badgering or antagonistic shit, or even Mr. Let Go, like not letting her be accountable for, like, we watching in conversation the multiple times of trying to bait me into an argument, and I don't let it go because I got a respect for the platform. I got a respect for y'all as men. I got a respect for Precious, right? So it's like, even Lucky, this is my first interaction with her and Mr. Israel, first interaction with him. It just didn't go over well. Like, sometimes you got to be an adult and put some bullshit behind you, and it don't come at the expense of this attention. All of this is about is attention. But I mean what I say, like, I'm about business. I will put my hands on you. I don't tolerate disrespect at all. But I'm just sorry that y'all had to know that I can be that person.
Okay, so what I took from that is that if there's ever another Lapeef meetup, don't schedule y'all at the same time. So that's
no,
what
because I'm gonna get her for real. Like, I mean it.
We're not scheduling y'all at
on site.
That wouldn't be safe for her.
On site. You see that, Sweet? On site.
No, don't do that, Perry. Don't do that, Perry. We do not need another scenario where we gotta hold y'all asses back from being hyenas. I'm gonna need y'all to chill. Because even because as much as me and Mr. Let Go back and forth with each other, that's still my guy. I just like talking shit to that nigga.
Like,
you know what I mean?
Constant badgering, like the constant like attacking. Like, I don't do that. It was very immature. It was very much so. I don't like it, right? I don't like it, and ignoring it is one thing because I'm an adult, but at the same time, I have no problem speaking up for myself at all. Like, I have no problem with that. So it's cool. Like, if we don't get along and we understand, like, we got different viewpoints, I can respectfully disagree with you all night long. I have no problem with that. But the constantly, like, oh, shut up. You've been talking over people and this, like, that shit was unnecessary. Like, we all here, some of us got voices that carry more than others. We all know Trill. He the least one to talk aside from Precious. And sometimes me, Sweeney, and Mr. Let Go, we're going to carry the conversation. So it's like, you got to be accountable for what part you play. I'm accountable for that because I took it there. I cussed her out.
Fantasy, I can't do that, man. We're not about to have we got to get Sweeney in here so I can.
To bring us out, I'm just gonna say Mr. Let Go is definitely full of it when he talked about men being able to being emboldened to holler at bad dime
That sounded
pieces.
crazy to me. I
That is
couldn't
wild.
believe that was happening. I couldn't
It is
believe
an
that was
oxy.
happening.
It is a walking contradiction. He was absolutely right. The man would just go and pay for it. They would skip over hollering at her to go and pay for it. But that's what he was doing to begin with when he was paying for the porn. Of course he's gonna go. But it doesn't give him the confidence to be like, man, forget these chicken heads out here, man. I don't want the real thing. I'm gonna just go pay for it. Like, we don't do, like, that's not how men operate. We already know that, like, there is nothing in this world that doesn't tell a man that where he ranks amongst the women. We are always told, you not, if you ugly, they gonna let you know you ugly. Boy, get your ugly ass out my face. No, thank you. Next, sir.
We don't. I know exactly what you're saying, bro. We are reminded every day of what our reality is. You're not going
how
to
do you
get
think
women
how
if
do you
you
think
don't
a
qualify.
dude gets to the point where
That's
he's
just what it
scared
is.
how do you think a dude gets to the point where he's scared of rejection? He had to have been
From being
rejected.
Like, from being fucking rejected, and that fear is real your whole goddamn life. Even the most confident dude is like, yeah, I might get rejected. You understand that?
Yeah, because you ain't gonna get them all. You ain't gonna get them all.
Like, Purple Pill up in there talking about some, man, we don't, like, bro, and this is the Purple Pill, bro. I talk to men every single day. I see at least 40 different dudes every single day between my suite, and I go around and I talk to fellas up in the other suites, other barbers, and talk to their clients. I talk to men every single day, and I've never seen a man sit here and say that by watching porn gives him the confidence to go holler at dime pieces or think he's above hollering at dime pieces. I've never seen it. That's not how men operate.
Yeah, but you're not understanding the point.
Purple Pill even said, I don't articulate myself well. I'd have been on your platform, bro. If you felt like that, then you shouldn't have reached out to me. You did yourself a disservice.
What was the point, Fantasy? What was the point?
The point is, it warps their sense of self to decide that they no longer desire women that are on their level anymore. Their sexual gratification level is too high. They need somebody that looks too good for them to get to that point. They need them to do things that average people do not do for them to get to that point. So they no longer pursue women because they know they cannot get the women that they choose. They fear the rejection from the women that they actually choose from sexual attraction alone. So they would rather either pay for prostitutes or watch porn. That was the whole point. Rather than go out and actually meet someone and actually build a connection with somebody that's actually physically on their level.
So you were right, except for one part. It doesn't stop them from going out and getting the woman they actually qualify for. They're just not satisfied with her. That's it.
No, they're not getting them. Don't you see the studies? That's the point.
The studies are saying is that, like, when you are looking at corn and you're only picking your archetype of a woman, big ass Cherokee boot, like all these crazy ass things, with the girl that they actually qualify for, they'll have feelings for her. They'll do the whole dance with her or whatever, but they won't be sexually satisfied with this woman, and they won't know why. That is what actually happens.
No, Trigger. Actually, it goes deeper than that, because we're talking about a specific group of men that can only watch porn. That's who she's talking about.
That's
right?
who we're talking about, not the ones that get the girls.
The problem with what you said is that it goes against what we've always known about men, is that we shoot from 1 to 10. We always shoot from 1 to 10. They even said, even when you go to dating sites, men swipe right damn near 80% of the time, no matter what the woman look like.
That is true.
But that's not a shot, baby.
That is a shot. The moment you swipe on it, you're telling her, "Hey, I like you." Now, if you're talking about going out and actively pursuing
It's not a shot,
women,
baby.
if you're talking about
if you like her, 100 other men liked her, and that's not a shot. The shot is in the DMs. You have to go a step further. And what we're telling you is they don't.
Fantasy. Yes, they do. They send "How you doing" text all the time. We shoot. The thing is, I'm using the dating apps as a avatar for what men do in general, no matter the platform. We shoot,
but you can't get to the
board.
DM in the first anyway. You can't get to the DM off rip. They have to respond back to you.
Y'all shoot.
No,
y'all
men shoot.
Y'all have that confidence that y'all shoot across the board.
Fantasy.
Y'all shoot.
65% of dating apps is men. They're shooting. What happens
dating
is what you're hold on, wait,
it's actually like 75%.
What you're failing to realize is that she already said that men got rejected enough that they ran to porn. So he's already shot his shot at the 4s, the 3s, the 2s, the 1s, and he has no access. So he goes to porn to beat his dick to bad bitches. He don't come out of that and be like, all I want to fuck with is bad bitches. He's still,
no. You don't know that he got rejected by the 3s, the 2s, the 4s, and da 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 da. What she's saying is he doesn't get used to rejection like you did. He doesn't get that. His first rejection, he was done. He turned to corn because he could, and he got addicted to that, and he did not go outside of that. We're speaking of that man, not the man that overcomes his fears and actually continues to go out there and get rejected. He's not doing that until he gets to the point where he starts to do porn, and then he goes back and he's like, oh, let me try again. That's not what she's talking about.
Fantasy, for most men, one rejection isn't going to turn a man off.
Okay,
you're speaking for a group of people you don't know.
The point we were debating.
Okay.
The point we were debating was when
saying I don't know men when I had an OnlyFans. You're saying I don't know men,
no.
And then that doesn't make any sense. I do.
I
know exactly the men that were buying my OnlyFans, and they were not the confident men that would ever come up to me in public, would ever speak to me ever. I'm exactly talking about her point. I agree with her point.
So they're not shooting.
They are attracted to me. They are not going for the women that they should be with. These men were not attractive.
How do you know they weren't rejected by him already? How do you know they weren't rejected by him already? How do you know?
They're not going after anyone. I know because they talk to me. What are you talking about? They don't have anybody. That's why they were coming to me. It's interactive.
So wait a minute. So you're telling me that they came to you and told you,
it's a different type of interaction, though.
I do not see women like you in real life. You are absolutely perfect. I love you. I wish you could be mine. I know this is a fantasy, but I wish you could be mine. I can't wait to take you away from this. I love you. You don't love me. You've never met me. This is an image. This is imagination. This is a fantasy. You are falling in love with a fantasy.
And that's proof to you that they don't shoot at regular girls.
When they tell me that they don't, I believe them. They could be lying.
They just told you that you're a fantasy.
Yeah.
They didn't say I don't shoot at
just how you're selling a fantasy. That doesn't mean that they're truthful, right? They could be selling a fantasy.
They could all be lying.
They're interacting with you. Not all of them, but a good portion.
But they don't have to lie to me to get me to do
it.
OnlyFans. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not that type of thing.
Yeah,
you don't have to
I
lie.
understand
so
that.
a lot of them are a
But
lot more honest than you think. They're a lot.
You guys lie about.
They don't get to talk to women that just shut up and just let them say whatever. So they just say whatever. They just be talking and talking and talking. You know what I do? I let them talk.
Exactly.
So you agree?
That spends up the time that I have to spend talking to them, and I get to hear their perspective. And their perspective is they don't try. They do not try.
Seen another woman like you.
Here's the main problem. Here's the main part I had a problem with. I had a problem with her saying that we're literally going to get corn muscles from watching baddies and then thinking we're going to go out into real world and start bagging 9s and 10s. Yeah,
get corn muscles. What are you talking about? Can you speak in like more plain English?
She made it seem like the dude was gonna sit there, beat off to an adult film, and then all of a sudden muster up enough courage or delusion to go think he's gonna go bag 10s right now. That doesn't make
Oh my
any
God.
sense.
Do you hear these fours on their podcast talking about these women they could never get and trying to berate these beautiful women into thinking that they deserve them?
And they go and subscribe to
These
their
are the men
OnlyFans.
she's
What are you
talking about. They are not having sex like y'all think they are. They're not
Who
having
said
sex.
they
That's why they're so
were?
mad.
Nobody said
Well, let me
they
tell you something
were.
about-
We said they got
Listen.
rejected and they don't get muscles and think they can go bag baddies. They don't do that.
That's
They
what we're
do.
saying. Yeah.
What's
we
his
never
name?
said-
Fresh
No
and Fit.
way.
Which one is the ugliest one? The Fresh and Fit ones. Which one is the ugliest one?
You
He
talking about?
thinks he can
damn.
bag these women that he cannot bag.
Do bag
Oh.
baddies. What he's
Wait,
doing?
those
All right,
dudes are rich. What are you
Walter's the
talking
dark.
about?
Walter, aka Fresh, is the dark skinned one. Myron,
Fresh is the
aka
so the
Fit.
Fresh is
from
the
Barbados.
ugliest one, and he thinks he deserves a dime from his looks and his money.
From his money, he's gonna get one. What are you
Looks
talking
and
about?
his
Yeah.
money, he
From his
thinks.
money, from his money, he's
Yeah.
gonna
From
get
his
one.
From his
money.
money, he's going to get one. He's a
Israel
millionaire.
literally broke it down.
It doesn't mean that they're going to like him. They're just
literally
going for his money.
overnight.
You know what? This, hold
to
on.
get money and get
You
a
know
dime.
what? This again is the problem that I have when people have these conversations.
And then
Talk to
prayers
men,
after.
and all you got to do is ask men what their results are, because somebody else said it in the chat talking about men only think that YouTube has gassed men up to think that money matters. We don't need YouTube to gas us up to think that money matters, because if you go to any man and you ask him what did money do for his sex life, he will tell you it greatly improved it. I get way more chicks with money than I've ever gotten without it. Whether they was bagging a bunch
We
of before or
understand
after.
this.
So
I mean,
we understand we don't need YouTube to tell us, hey, get your money up because you'll get more bitches, or getting more bitches is gonna
Yeah.
get you. Like, we
Let me say
already
this.
know that's what
Yeah.
money does.
Let me say this, and we're gonna go to Precious, to Paris. If it doesn't matter what a man looks like, the dudes that are popping bottles in the club, those women are standing by the VIP. It doesn't matter. Nobody's saying, "Oh, he's cute and he got money." All they see is the nigga popping bottles. Doesn't matter what he looks like.
Why do you say that we're not saying that when we are? Why? We
He's
are.
only cute because he got
Girl,
money.
he's fine. And he got
Because he
money.
got
That's what we're
money.
saying. If he's not, you know what we say? Girl,
He got
is
money.
not. He ugly, but he got some money. So
exactly.
he ugly, but he got
and you
some
know how
money.
many
So
dudes
he
willing
has
to
to
settle
pay
for
for
that?
sex, like she was saying.
And you know
All
how
right, go
many
ahead,
dudes are
Paris.
willing to settle for that? And
Bing,
they will throw their
bing,
money
bing,
around.
bing, bing. You obviously get it now.
But we always known that. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
The handsome
Go
ones
ahead.
don't have to pay. Did you know that?
All right, go ahead.
So,
Paris.
Yes.
And I guarantee you, a
Yes.
handsome dude would still tell you that he bagged more bitches with money than he ever did without it. I guarantee you. It doesn't
All right,
matter
let's get,
who you
let's get
talking
Paris
about.
in there.
They're gonna say that.
no, I can wait. I ain't got number time.
All right, go ahead.
In regards to this particular topic, right? I have a platform. I've had a platform for quite some time. And at any given day, just on some random shit, I get about 50 miscellaneous DMs from men who have nobody to talk to. Just on some random shit. I have no way of knowing if these men actually watch porn or not. I have no way of knowing if these men actually, like, you know, paid attention to me as an individual, right? It's just the idea of, like, it's just the idea. But I can absolutely tell you that their money, based off of their attraction, is what is aligning them to some of the women that they get. It absolutely is the money, because some of them, they look like, and I'm gonna be honest, some of them, they're very scrawny. Some of them look like they don't have the best hygiene just off of the pictures. They don't take very appealing, you know, attractive pictures or things like that. Or they're having like regular social issues, bro. Like, they're just socially awkward, even in DM conversations. And it's crazy because social media is probably the most easiest way to talk to a woman without you ever having to do anything, without you ever having to spend money. You can kind of probe her, see what she into, and they still don't have that type of demeanor to socialize. So now it's even more awkward in social settings, because men are being weird in social settings, and the idea of porn is like an scapegoat. Like, you can go there, you can get your relief, it's a fantasy. The idea of all these things are like a scapegoat, but in actuality, they're not approaching women the way that they used to no more. A lot of men are fear-mongered out of approaching women. So even when they talking like about like fine sex and stuff like that, we know men know how to purchase sex. Like, that ain't hard. We know men know how to purchase sex, but the art of actually knowing how to socialize, that's a missing piece. And it is very bad and unfortunate for men who do not have that type of leverage. Like, some of these men really don't know what it feels like for a woman to be nice to them. And it's kind of scary. It's really creepy. Like, they have no idea for a woman to just genuinely appreciate them. A lot of times my DMs go, I did not know you were going to respond to me. Thank you. And it's literally
Most don't.
It's like nothing else. Like, and they not being rude or anything. They just wanted to talk. Like, they just really wanted to reach out and talk to somebody. And I think that we don't look at it that way because we are women. Like, our access or leisure to it is from a privilege. Because even if we are talking about the club, there's plenty of women who are saying, I don't give a damn if he ugly or he fine. He finna buy this drink. That don't mean I'm finna go home with him.
Right.
Paris, I agree with. I agree with
Go ahead,
some of those situations because I'm not getting near the DMs that you would as a female, but I get some of those DMs not for the same reason, but to advise or help men that are really bad. And they're in really bad shape, and I help as many as I can, right? And I don't even charge for it. I just do it just because I try to do my part. I do my part, right, for society to help, help men get better, right? I'm trying to build a men's platform to help men grow. So at this point, as long as I can, I'm not going to charge for it. I squeeze in time when I can, but it is what it is. And some are bad enough. The only thing I disagree with is that some men are so bad off that they will actually scare off a lady of the night. It's that bad. I'm telling you, there are some men that are that bad where they can't even buy it. Because when you think about it, these women have options. If they're in demand, a woman's not going to get with a man who gives them bad vibes or seems too strange or, like you said, bad hygiene or whatever. They'll avoid those dudes because they're that bad. Because if they hard up, then it is what it is. They're going to take what they could get.
I was about to say, these prostitutes will sleep with somebody that is disgusting. He just got off of work.
It depends.
He did not shower. They will.
It depends on how in demand that woman is. I know men who have scared off women who were offering to pay for. Is what I'm saying.
I
agree. This ain't no cap. This ain't no cap.
Because they of saying from my platform, right? Because you got to realize, like, I have a very huge platform, Trev. Like, you and I are about making it on Instagram, but I don't just run Instagram. Like, even my YouTube alone is 12,000 people. So when I'm on Twitter, I get heavy DMs all day. I'm on Instagram, I wake up to heavy DMs. I ignore TikTok altogether. I don't even care about TikTok. And that's over 140,000 people. So I can't say that these men are engorged into anything sexual because my platform is not sexually related. But I can say, based off of their appearance, right, it does appear that I can see why, right? Like, even when you're looking at the things that they're posting, you don't post like you're interested individual. Or if you look at how to groom themselves. And this ain't just, no, this black men. Like, if I'm being completely honest, this is black men. You look at how some of them have their hair. You can tell, like, there's dandruff in their hair. They don't have no real line. They haven't groomed themselves. They just nice guys. Like, they're just.
They look dusty.
Man, you would be surprised how often dudes would go months. I would go months without seeing a person in my chair, bro. Months. Because, like, part of it is because nigga kind of expensive. $45, a lot of people can't afford that on a haircut every week. But like,
that's
you know
why I do my own shit.
Yeah, but I go in between weeks now.
45.
Learn how to do your own shit.
I'm gonna tell you this stuff. I'm gonna tell you this, Trev. You come to me, bro. It's well worth it.
But I think
believe it.
I believe it. Platform and men's platforms, because men dress their platform up like whatever social media they're on based off of who they genuinely are. Most times you're not getting a representative because that's his personality. You're seeing it. If he likes cars, he interested in cars.
He's gonna show
all
cars.
down that page. And if he
It's
like,
gonna be
you know,
sports.
exactly. If he works, if he always working, what you're gonna see is him outside doing something. This is like, again, I have a huge following on IG alone, on Facebook alone. Over 80% of my following is men, and I don't show my body. I don't do none of that extra shit. I'm just talking. So it's like when I'm looking
Yes,
at
you do.
some of these,
You literally have a short where it's just your face and your tits spilling out. You do. You show your body.
When I'm looking at these profiles and I'm going through what the actual thing is in regards to like, hey, what would his dating life look like? What does this guy who is making advances at me or, you know, complimenting me, telling me I'm pretty look like? What would he have as far as on the dating market? It very much goes to show like a lot of them are not doing what women do. You know, a lot of them are not posting when they go out. A lot of them are not posting, you know, them having their friends around or at certain, it's just not that. They're posting little things here and there. They don't change their profile picture. A lot of times it be from 2016,
Hey,
2017.
Paris, I ain't gonna lie. Fantasy Island is right. You said
Thank you.
That's cap. The
Straight
very
cap.
first picture I said, God damn.
Thank you. But people do that. So they'll say, I'm not like
Hold
you
on.
OnlyFans bitches.
Hold
I don't
on.
show my body for attention.
Hold
Meanwhile,
on.
it's all tits and makeup. Girl, you could have got money for that.
Hold
You're
on.
doing the
That's
same
all-
thing.
I'm not saying that's
You're
all
selling
doing.
sex.
But I
Okay,
just
Hold on.
definitely
There is
said-
You're talking about the makeup.
Hold on.
Men don't care
Hold on.
about that, and you know that. That's why your tits were out.
Hold up. There is a
My
difference.
point of saying that was that's not what my platform is centered around. So
Right.
that's
I was
not
just
the
right about
primary
that.
There
basis
is a
of why men
difference.
are
Hold on.
coming.
There's a difference between occasional sensuality and overt sexuality.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of these women
Occasional
are
sensuality
dedicated
is what?
to pure sex. First off, this is the measuring stick for 2023. If a woman doesn't turn around, that's the I'm selling. I want you to see it. If she don't got none of them turn around, look at this ass pics, then nah, she, she's
that
still
is
within
true. I will
bounds.
say that. Paris
Because
Paris
the
post
occasional,
is
yeah, I'm
not
looking
all
good tonight.
sex.
That's just women.
No.
being women.
Not I'm looking good tonight because I'm looking good tonight, right?
But that
No,
first
it's not
picture
that.
was like, whoa.
If my breasts were out, spilling out, and all you could see was the angle from here and the
Yeah.
top of my face and my tits spilling out, what would you say I was selling? Makeup?
That's not necessarily true though.
I said
that don't mean that she's selling. That don't mean that she's selling sex.
sensuality. I know exactly what it is when a woman's feeling sexy and she looks it, right? Then what we usually see with this behavior is the attention comes when you do that, and then it starts less and less clothing, more and more tit-like pic. No, but the occasional shit, I see that from women I went to college with. I see that from
Majority of my
high-ranking women.
videos that have 1 million views have nothing to do with my face or my body. Majority of my videos that have anything to do with my platform came from the direction of because she can think, she has a brain, and she happens to be pretty.
That has nothing to do with the fact that you're also using your body like every other woman knows to use so that she can advance. But for some reason, you believe that you are better than, and
Are
you're
you trying
not.
to justify?
You're doing the same
That's
thing.
not true fantasy.
Built off of that.
That's not true fantasy.
That's not true.
That's not true.
So if you're gonna be a fan,
I said what I said.
No, you can't. Because if you go through her Instagram, there's literally only one picture or video.
You go
of
through
her.
her. You go through her YouTube, and you see what?
Well, I'm just
Because
going off
I
of
saw
Instagram.
a short just trying to find what she was actually talking about, and it was just her tits. It was just her tits and makeup. I was like, what is this about? She didn't say anything. It was just a slow-mo of her tits. So I was like, this literally is nothing. Thousands of views. That's literally the same thing is my only point. She wasn't spitting facts because she wasn't speaking. She literally was just selling her body. You don't have to do it all the time. They just have to see the image of you putting it out there sometimes. She's still doing the same thing. It's just in a different way. And I can see that. And I will call it out because it's similar.
You gonna respond? All right, let me get these super chats. We're gonna wind this down.
You have to actually get to somebody's page.
I would love for him to read the super chat.
Video. So nobody's finding me because I'm showing my body. I just happen to have a nice.
I saw the comments and they absolutely were.
Thank you.
So back to what Trigger Mike was saying.
All right, read these super chats, Fantasy.
Do something useful.
I'm obviously more useful than you. That's why I'm married. BZ says,
Useful sex
where
tool.
at GG at Trev? I'm sure she got a lot to say. Dub Will says,
I get that. That was the other night.
feminism has gone from equal rights for women and girls to female supremacy.
I absolutely believe that.
Big Ant says, well, if Paris and Fantasy are going to fight, then Mike, it's me versus Mr. Let Go next.
I think everybody trying to fight Let Go ass on some real shit.
For real.
Pause.
BZ says, you mean like all these women who think they deserve a high value man and can't get one, so they choose to be single? Yep. Just like them. Big Ant says, Fantasy, they lied to you just like if I was looking at you and start talking and realize you lied to me. Almighty says, the guys saying they love you and knowing it's just a fantasy are just guys going through limerence. Limerence is just getting off on fantasy of love, which I absolutely agree with. A lot of those guys were missing intimacy.
I looked up that word. I learned a new word tonight. That's interesting. But thank everybody for coming out and watching the show. We had an all-star panel. Thank you for everybody that came out. Precious, Lucky. I'm not thanking MLG for all the goddamn stops, he said. Saira and everybody else that came through. Who else was on? My man Israel. Yeah, everybody that came through, goddamn. I'm sorry if I forgot your name. But yep, appreciate y'all for coming through. Make sure you hit a like for the algorithm. We're about to get out of here. Thanks to Paris, Fantasy Island Girl, my man Trev Smooth, and of course Sweeney. Sweeney, you seem like you got something to say.
Before we get up out of here, I want to just say, Fantasy, what I mean by I don't see what you're saying. I don't see how her showing her body is a mainstay of her page. Neither
I didn't
on
say
YouTube
it was a mainstay. I
or
said she was
Instagram.
using her body so she can get it, so she could advance like other women do, and it wasn't a lie. There was no reason for her to post those if it wasn't the truth. Stop it.
I think that's a reach, man. That's a reach.
That's a reach.
I don't have to reach.
That's a reach.
I don't have to reach. There's literally nothing but tits and face in the picture. Like, you want to see the clip? It's a video.
If I didn't have on a
video of just tits. Just tits and face. What are you talking about?
So this is what we're saying, because we're not even simping right now. We are men. We literally know the women's pages we go to for that exact
I understand that.
You know
but when somebody's never
That's
showing
not what
that
I
and
get
then
from
they
her
show that, what do y'all do?
That don't mean that her intentions were.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
That don't mean that was her intentions.
You know what? Go to Fantasy Island page if you want some titties.
Go to Fantasy Island page if you want.
On my platforms, majority of the
Fantasy Island girl.
I didn't even know you were built like that. I didn't even know you had that much body. You look great. A lot of times people don't even know.
They lied to you.
Goddamn, y'all not gonna let a boy, homie, go to sleep. Goddamn. All right,
I'm
take us
just
out,
saying.
man. Thank y'all for coming through. We will be back next week. Tomorrow on the Trigger Mike Show. Let me see what my topic is for tomorrow. Signs that men aren't living right. All right, so yeah, I just had a thought. So men aren't living right. We know, but we're gonna go over the signs of that and how we're gonna fix that. All right, so. Catch y'all tomorrow. Appreciate everybody. Thank y'all again for coming through. Shout out to the sponsor, T. Shanley. Make sure you leave a like on the way out and share this out so people can watch the stream. Thanks to everybody on the panel that came out. We are out.